marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
When it comes to business, upgrades are everywhere. Software upgrades, client upgrades, first class on flights. We love those. With Bluevine, you can upgrade the way you manage your money, too. Bluevine Business Checking has no monthly fees, 2% APY, free standard ACH, and up to $3 million in FDIC coverage. Apply online, open your Bluevine business account in minutes, and leave the branch behind. Go to bluevine.com/radio now. That's bluevine.com/radio. Business banking beyond expectations.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Thursday, March 14th, Hilton Garden Inn, Denver Tech Center, Denver. Weight loss 5:30 p.m., Stop Smoking Seminar 8 p.m. Or Saturday, March 16th, Omni Interlochen Hotel, Broomfield. Weight loss 11 a.m., Stop Smoking Seminar 2 p.m.
Is rap music a confession or an artistic expression? Listen to the legal anatomy of current events on your favorite platform to make your decision.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Rain and snow showers will move into the forecast by this evening as temperatures work their way into the mid-30s. Snow showers could lead to a slushy commute on Friday morning. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Liz McGiffin.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Biden putting the finishing touches on his State of the Union address. ABC's Andy Field has a preview from Washington.
The president will reach beyond his congressional audience and tell voters he wants more taxes on corporations and billionaires. He will remind them he's going after junk fees and doing all he legally can to cut or forgive student debt. Mr. Biden will also point out how many jobs his infrastructure, chips, and inflation reduction laws are creating, and how he plans to do much more if the election sends him back for 4 more State of the Union addresses.
Hamas delegation has left talks in Cairo, increasing the chances that a Gaza ceasefire deal will not be in place by Ramadan, which begins next week. Xcel Energy says its facilities appear to have played a role in igniting that huge fire in the Texas Panhandle. The Minnesota-based company, however, disputes claims it acted negligently in maintaining and operating its infrastructure. Texas A&M concluded power lines are what triggered the blaze. This is ABC News. New warnings out about terror.
ISIS media typically ramps up calls for violence around Ramadan, but this year a confidential intelligence briefing from the Department of Homeland Security notes an atmosphere of already heightened tensions amid the war between Israel and Hamas. The report notes that ISIS opposes Hamas, but views the conflict as a broader religious war, and that ISIS media has suggested synagogues, churches, and other large holiday gatherings as potential targets, with DHS noting that the heightened calls for violence may persist through Easter and Passover. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
A Texas mom in trouble after a plot to get back at a kid that stole her son's drink.
The arrest warrant says Jennifer Lynn Rossi mixed together vinegar, lemon juice, salt, and Gatorade and gave it to her son to give to the boy who had taken his drink. The 11-year-old drank it, complained of nausea, and was taken to the hospital. He's okay, and it was Rossi's son who ended up being disciplined at school for giving the spiked drink to his classmate.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
It's Meals on Wheels. 1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A Broncos fan favorite is being released. Pro Bowl safety Justin Simmons had been with the team for 8 seasons, but cutting him will save Denver more than $15 million against the salary cap. Suncor Refinery's new water permit requires limits on the amount of hazardous chemicals and wastewater released from the Commerce City facility. State Democratic Representative Jennifer Bacon unveiled a package of bills aiming to hold oil and gas operators more accountable.
We did not come here to be the maintenance system. We came here to be systems change.
The new water regulations come after Suncor was required to pay a record $10.5 million fine for causing air pollution. The Denver District Attorney's Office says no charges are expected to be filed in a shooting that left 2 people dead at a construction site. It happened near Bellevue last month when a construction site manager confronted a man and woman who were allegedly trying to burglarize the site. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Major delays south of town and through Castle Rock, I-25 northbound approaching Happy Canyon Road, exit 187. 2 lanes blocked due to a major accident involving 2 big trucks. Cleanup crews are on site blocking those 2 left lanes. We're seeing stopped up traffic back from Plum Creek Parkway and about 90 minutes of delays. If you're heading up to the Denver Metro from the south end, an alternate route is advised. Into Denver proper, it's a pretty standard drive, I-25 southbound, some brief slowdowns into downtown. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, we're expecting some rain and snow this afternoon, high of 43, overnight low of 26. The current temperature in Denver is 36 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
Powered through your spring at Lowe's with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Buy one select string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56V battery free. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Boy, it's expensive to live in Colorado these days. A lot of us are struggling to pay everyday expenses without reaching for a credit card and then seeing that debt pile up. Homeowners, you have a way out of this credit card spiral. You need to call my friends at American Financing. They're helping customers save an average of $854 a month by simply using your home's equity to pay off that debt. Now, $854, that's like a $10,000 a year raise. Mortgage rates are lower than they've been in a long time and much better than the average credit card rate. Now, it just takes 10 minutes to get started. Costs you nothing to see how much you might be able to save. You might be able to close in as fast as 10 days, and you might even be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing. Call them today. You tell them Michael Brown sent you. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Good. When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Thursday at 4. Coming out of Sleeper Tuesday, I think it's fair to say the election is now Trump's to lose. What does he have to do to win the biggest victory possible and help the GOP win both the House and Senate? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number. 713-8255. You could also call 303-MARTINO right now or 24/7 and leave a message and we will get back to you. As always, we have themes that I interweave through the show. This theme today will be estate planning. But anything on your mind, I want to know. Give me a call. Don't let problems fester. If someone lied to you, cheated you, or ripped you off. Another thing, there's some real estate stuff going on I want to talk about with an attorney that we've known for many years, Brandon Siglian. And Brandon does a lot of real estate. So here's the deal. I want you to call with any issues. This is the town hall. This is the last bastion of free speech for, I don't mean for free speech. There's a lot of places you can do free speech. But what I mean is the last bastion for discussing regular issues, where I'm not going to try to change your mind. I'm going to try to help you see what I believe is the way to go for your problem based on the many, many years we've been doing this. And I want to bring up a side note here. By the way, Dan McKenzie's here today because I mentioned that Dan is, we are talking about estate planning. He's an estate planning attorney. We'll get to him in a minute. Now, here's the bottom line. A guy calls. I've been pissing people off a little here and there over the years. And mostly I piss people off when I tell them what I believe is the truth based on my many, many years of experience, and they disagree. So yesterday we have a personal injury case. The guy calls in, and he says, Frank Azar screwing me around. He was hit by a guy that was uninsured, has no money. I think he was uninsured, but let me look at his call. Anyway, he says Frank Azar screwing him. Why is Frank Azar screwing? Because he took the case. It was Randy. Took the case that somebody ran a red light. Now, I said, Randy, you have to go to your own insurance for injuries if this guy doesn't have insurance. And his own insurance is only $25,000 in underinsured, uninsured motorist coverage. Once Azar looks into this, every personal injury attorney, I'm not sticking up for Azar. I wouldn't represent him. I don't think he does a great job over the years. But I can't say he's crooked. But what I can say is this. When they examine the case, every personal injury attorney, they might do it before they take the case. Some take the case, then examine it, then kick the case. But what they look at is they look at where's the money. That's what everyone looks at in a case. Without damages or the ability to collect damages, you don't take a case. Azar kicked the case because he saw that the other guy wasn't insured and that Randy only carried $25,000 in insurance. Nobody's going to work for that. Randy can probably get insurance limits on his own. They even told him to do certain things himself. Randy's very upset. He wants to take the guy to court and get a judgment and make the guy make payments over the years. But since attorneys take these cases on contingency, they're not willing to go through all the expense of court to sue the guy to get a judgment and do a collection and then get part of their fee over 5 years or 10 years. They're not going to do it. Randy was very, very upset with me when I said, Randy, go after the guy directly if you want, get a judgment, and then go to collection. Do it yourself. And he was just pissed off. He writes a letter to management that personally I couldn't believe. I mean, he called me every name in the book. I mean, like every name. I'm trying to find it here, but it was a terrible, terrible. And then in this letter, he writes to management about me.
By the way, Tom, he also left 3 voicemails for you. Again,
can we play
with
them,
the
or are
same...
they dirty?
No, they are full of profanity.
Right. So he said Tom is a piss ass, this, and that, and the other thing, MF, and So he writes an email, and then saying he's an a-hole, this and that, he's terrible, he's this, he's that. Then he challenges me to a boxing match. Okay, this young man wants to box a 70-year-old guy and kick his ass because he's pissed off that I'm right and he's wrong. Did you ask Randy to come back on? Because I truly believe that if Randy does have the energy to sue this guy directly, even in small claims court, he might be able to recover some damages with a judgment over years. But it's going to take a long time. It's a very difficult thing to do. I think one of the biggest problems in law is having people understand how damages work. You know, we hear about all of these big awards, but do we hear about the collections? So he left 3 voicemails. Well, this guy, I hope it doesn't border on dangerous because I'll have him arrested. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and take threats. Did he threaten us?
She's on the phone. She's on the phone.
Okay. I want to get him on the phone if he wants.
So I left him a message. He did not answer, and I will keep at it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious about this as far as helping him do. When I said to him, listen, I don't want to argue with you, but if you want information on going after damages, I can help you. But Frank Azar or any other personal injury attorney will not take the case. They won't. They will not do it based on making someone make payments to him because he's injured. I'm not denying his injuries. That's just life. It's life. Now, I'm going to go to Brandon Sigley, an attorney at law. Brandon, you were concerned and emailed us, and I said, Brandon, come on the show, man. Come on the show and tell us what's on your mind and what people need to look out for. So could you help us out, Brandon? What's happening that you feel people need to know?
Hey, Tom. Appreciate you having me on.
Yes,
Good morning.
sir.
I am calling to sound the alarm. As you know, I've done a lot of landlord-tenant law over the years.
Yes, you have.
And it's become something of a specialty of mine. Right now, there's a bunch of landlord-tenant bills that are pending. The last session, they had passed a whole host of them, 12 bills, in fact, in this area where there had not been before. And that's been a problem we've been dealing with. But right now they've got a bill that did not make it through last session. It got timed out, essentially, but they're trying to get it passed along with some other bills. But this one is called a just cause eviction bill. They're taking testimony on it right now at the Capitol. It got out of
Is
committee.
this the particular law that you're concerned with?
It is, the just cause bill, and it's in the House, and it's come out of committee. It's got to go through the House, then the Senate, before it gets to the governor. But,
and what does the just cause bill do? Who is it for? Who is it against? What do you think are the implications?
Sure. So it's purportedly to help tenants, and in the short term, in some situations, it certainly will be beneficial to tenants. The problem I see is ultimately will create problems with availability of housing because it's going to greatly affect small landlords, your mom and pop landlords, your single-family home availability, which in this market has been getting bought up by a few companies, and eventually it's just going to be a few companies that own all the single-family homes and rent
So,
them
Brandon,
out, right?
why? Tell me what this law does. Are you saying this law will discourage mom and pops from renting out single-family homes?
Absolutely will. It may implode the industry, Tom. Here's what it requires. It basically prevents the parties from agreeing on a move-out termination date, effectively. So in most cases, a landlord will be forced to renew a tenant unless they have just cause to say, I want my property back. The just cause reasons are limited and complicated. They're limited to situations.
Wait, they
for
can't
example,
just say, I don't want to rent anymore to you, or my daughter's graduating college, I want to rent to her.
That's right. Even if it's a term lease that says it's going to end on a date.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about eviction now. We're talking about renewing a lease.
Right. So your month-to-month tenancies will become a thing of the past. It'll be very difficult because you won't be able to just agree to a 1 month, and a landlord could never say, I'm done, I need to move on. And so what this puts...
Is this for apartments too, or just single-family homes?
It's for apartments too. Now, and that's why I say most apartment complexes can probably manage through this stuff. It will be very difficult and will cause massive frustration with tenants. And here's why.
Okay, so hold on. So I want to tell people what we're talking about. There is a new law being considered by the ultra-liberal Colorado lawmakers. The reason I say that, yesterday I said that's a good thing for certain things, and it's a bad thing for certain things. I said that yesterday. For example, I think that they should take as much effort helping people in HOAs as they do tenants, because people in HOAs, many are being screwed. But let's talk about this. Brandon Siglian says this bill, the Just Cause bill, is basically saying you must renew a lease unless there is just cause not to.
Correct. The House bill is House Bill 24-1098, 24-1098, if anyone wants to look it up.
24-9018.
Yep, 24-1098. The just cause, like I said, would be, for example, if you are able to prove that they have been habitually late on payments, if you're able to prove that they have caused nuisances or causing a nuisance, or if you're able to prove again that you're trying to move back into your home or that you live in your home or you need to do substantial repairs. Now, if you're going to do substantial repairs and you say, well, I have to quit you so I can fix the plumbing, and I can't do it with you living here, you have to actually give the tenant 90 days notice. Then you have to give the tenant all information about the project you're doing. And then once they move out, you have to give them the option to move back in. It's complicated stuff. And how you prove a nuisance, how you prove that someone's creating a nuisance or whatever, effectively pits everybody against everybody.
So
in
Brandon,
my line of work,
basically, whether it's 1 year, 2 year, 6 month, 1 month, you can't get rid of them unless you have just cause.
you can't get rid of them unless you have just cause, Tom.
Non-payment would be just cause, right?
That would be grounds for eviction. They've made it more difficult to get evictions for non-payment, but yes, those would be, so lease violations would be available to a landlord. But this is the problem, Tom. This notice to quit process, where you say on a month-to-month tenancy, you know, we're going to be out, I'm going to terminate your lease and we have to move on, or you have to say, well, I agree to a set term. We're going to have 365 days, and that's it. No more. At that point, I want to move on. No longer can you do that, and now you have to look for cause. Now you have neighbors against neighbors, landlords
You
against
hold on,
tenants.
Brandon. I have to take a break. I want to come back and ask if people can opt out of it. Can you make someone? Can you sign a waiver, disclaimer, whatever? And we'll talk about that coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. WaterPros.net has the best water at the lowest prices. Get your water cleaned up, microplastics, forever chemicals, whatever. It's been ridiculous lately. $1,400 to get you the best drinking water at the kitchen sink. That's waterpros.net.
Very nice.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
The Art of Granite. I love these guys. I've known Mitch Floria and his team for many, many years now. I remember the first time I met him, and he says, Tom, I just want to do the best job at the best price. I do wholesale on all materials. I tear out and haul away free. And I do the bathroom vanity free when you have the kitchen done, or a free kitchen sink. And I said, that's cool. He said, I have something else. I'll give free prices on the phone right now. All they have to do is call. I just need to know a little information. I'll give them a price, whether it's granite, quartz, or any natural or man-made material. 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Yay.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen with Randy. He just told me to fucking kiss his ass and tell you to fuck off. And then hung up on me.
Okay. Fine.
She said she'll do the first part.
Just a funny, feeling.
I don't know how much we want to keep cottoning to people with schizophrenia, but all right. Isn't station management enough for you people? When it comes to dissociative personality disorders?
Yeah.
I've had that experience down the hall. Who am I talking to today? Who is in your head?
Oh, hey.
Huh?
By the way,
Hey.
Jenny Sauce, I need a favor.
Oh, for God's sakes. I'm not working with Capless again.
Well, actually, you are.
No, when?
So you're already on the board the 21st and the 22nd. I
Oh.
have those days off.
Oh, good.
So can you do the board plus answer phones? I mean, he only
That's
gets
kind of what the
3
job
phone calls.
is.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
I didn't know I was filling in for Tinky Winky, but he's probably off to do something.
Yeah, so we're both off. So that'll be fun.
M-
Just you and
much,
Dan.
Yeah, much better with me alone in here.
Mono a mono.
All by myself.
Exactly. Exactly.
I love to be all.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Martino Show. Hi, Doc.
Hickory dickory dock.
He already called in this week, Doc. We talked to him already, and for like a third time. Yeah, and I mean, this is the guy with the gun issue and everything, and he called back probably, gosh, it had to have been Monday, and Tom talked to him, and, basically said there's really nothing we can do. I mean, they have the right to evict you. Okay.
Golly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Monday. But he definitely called in again and talked to us. Okay. All right, no problem.
Bye, Bob.
Okay.
Residue from
Why does
soaps
this sound
or
like
chemicals.
this?
Just purified,
Shut
super
up.
soft water. The best cleaning agent in nature. Zero Res is the only carpet cleaner I'll have at my...
I think it's clipping. I think the technical term is clipping. By the way, doll hair.
Shut up.
Any better? The buzzing? You still hear buzzing? Do you?
Who?
All right.
I'm tired of you.
I hear buzzing, Tom.
Oh, shut up. You hear buzzing from my end. There's not one thing coming through this. No, seriously. I'm looking at all my VU meters here, bro.
No,
There's
yeah,
nothing
it's not
coming.
It's not coming from Tom. It's probably just the
Yeah,
headphone.
it's
amp
coming
in there.
from his head. Is Deputy Dollar in the studio? Kick his ass out. Let him go get that other guy and have a boxing match.
We'll get a boxing match with the, here we go.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We're going to go to the phones right now, 303-713-TALK. But I want to ask Brendan Siglian, okay, you're a landlord. If this gets passed, and it probably will, you have to have just cause or you must renew the lease. So, can you put in the lease any special conditions like I agree that I'm going to leave no matter what if you want me to or anything like that?
Heaven help us, Tom. No. Parties can't contract on a date certain. No longer if this passes. Except, I don't want to complicate the issue too much, but like I said, there are a few exceptions. For example, where the tenant wants to, or the landlord is living in the same home with the tenant, or if it's short-term leases, less than 30 days, or an employer-employee related accessory dwelling unit, or a tenant that's not, or a person that's never been a tenant less than 9 months in their life. Those are some odd exceptions, but those are the only exceptions to this right to contract.
Do you think it's going to be passed? Is there any hope of getting it not passed?
The way it looked last session, Tom, is it was going to pass in the Senate. It timed out at the last minute. They didn't have enough time to get it up for a vote.
I don't think landlords understand this. Otherwise, they might be there lobbying against it.
And we do, Tom. We have started to. They have started to organize. There is some lobbying groups down there today testifying on behalf.
Tell me
There's the
where people
Realtors
go,
Association.
Brandon, if they're listening right now and they want to add their voice. Where do they go?
So, yeah, if you want, you're going to want to contact your legislators, your House representatives, and then your Senate if it gets through. Let them know how you feel about this. Let Governor Polis know how you feel about this and what it would mean to the industry. You know, if you can't amicably depart ways, then everybody's going to be fighting in court to get people out, and it's just going to make a mess where everybody's going to be angry.
Brandon, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And can you give out your number, please?
720-900-4798. Thanks for having me on, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate any help, efforts people can get the word out. Bring a green button if you go down to the Capitol today. Show your support for landlords.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Tom, you're calling about a follow-up with Mr. Appliance, I believe. What's going on with you, Tom?
Should be there.
Are you there, Tom? Well, he had a built-in Viking refrigerator, spent $6,700 in repairs, and they never fixed it. They called Promise Appliance, who fixed it for $4,794. I said, listen, you got to get your money back from these people. He just wanted to get the word out, but he has a follow-up, but he's not there. Is that true? He's not there right now?
No, he isn't.
All right, if he wants to come back, he can, but I'm going to erase that right now and move on to Kim. Kim, welcome to the show. What's going on, Kim?
Hi, Tom. So I sent you guys an email, and that's why I'm on the show. I
have the email, but so what's it all about, Kim? It's South Creek Townhomes.
Right. So we are having a meeting on the 13th to go over what they've come up with so far for the hail damage. We are each looking at getting assessed anywhere between $22,000 and $25,000.
This is happening all over Colorado.
Yes, I know. So, so far, supposedly what they've only done is gotten one bid because they said they had to get it into the insurance company right away. I don't know if they only need to get one bid or if they should.
Well,
get
that's
more
up to
than
you
one
guys.
bid.
You're all part of it. I think they should get more than one bid. Okay. Now, why are you being assessed so much? Do they not have enough to cover?
No, and from what I was told in December, because I just moved here a year ago, is that back in 2008 when everything went bad, whoever was managing the HOA and stuff, they pretty much willy-nilly with the money, so then they were out of money completely. So
well, listen, I know, okay, listen, I'm not a great lover of HOAs, okay? But this notion that the HOA or HOAs in general are wasting money or pilfering money, it's all BS, okay? People are pissed off because they have to pay assessments. Everyone's paying assessments, even people on the board. No one's getting away with it. No one likes to do it.
I understand that.
So I don't think, and let's put it this way. Do you want to know the hard truth? Even if the HOA board, if they were stupid in spending money or did not collect enough money, you would still have to pay the assessment. There's no way out of an assessment if it's true. Now, the only way there would be out of an assessment, the only way out of an assessment is if the math is wrong or they're cheating you, like they're going to Tahiti with the money. But other than that, so what can I do to help you?
What are our options? I'm not trying to get out of it.
Okay, here are your options. If you have a certain homeowners policies cover loss damage assessment, but you must have it. And again, a lot of people think it just unlimits and it's unlimited. It's not. Loss damage assessment usually only covers about $5,000. However, there are policies you can get to cover up to $30,000, but you have to pay for that coverage. If you don't have it, it's too late to get it. So if you have it, more power to you. And those only cover assessments for storms. Some do not cover roofing. They will cover you up to $30,000, but there's small print that says roofing. They only cover you up to $5,000. So for anyone with loss damage assessment, the next bit of complaints I'm going to be getting is that it doesn't cover enough. You have to make absolutely sure it covers for roofing. So that's why I always recommend Compass Insurance. Give them a call. They will go over it free of charge with you. And those are the people I would be using, 303-996-9000. Now, let's talk about...
Tom, can you give me a second? Tom, can you give me a second?
Yeah, I'm talking to other people, too. I just want you to know I will answer every question you have. But we're on the topic, and every time someone comes on, I get loads of questions. That's why I'm going over each and every detail. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so here the situation is this, is that what they're telling us is that if one of the options is they'll get a big loan, and with the loan, then we have to pay the loan off. So let's just say I go ahead and pay my $25,000 towards the assessment. Well, they're telling us that we're going to have to continue to pay the interest on our HOA dues because other people haven't paid theirs.
Okay, well, that would be unfair. In fact, that would be impossibly unfair. If somebody doesn't pay it, for the entire HOA to bear the debt would be ridiculous. I mean, how stupid would that be? If they're going to give people, if they charge people interest, that's different. For example, let me give you this. If the HOA, as an HOA, let's say they have to cover $300,000 in non-payments, okay? Now, let's say they get a loan for $300,000. What they should do, that is an HOA expense for everyone, okay? The $300,000. However, they then go out to, let's say, however many people there are that didn't pay. They go out and then those people have to pay back the HOA with interest to cover that interest. So the HOA isn't making a profit, but the HOA is not paying for them either. So there would be nothing wrong with that if that was the case. So you just have to make sure they're doing it correctly. So let's say, and I use bad numbers, but let's use these numbers. If $300,000 was not covered, that would be 12 homeowners not making their $25,000 payment, okay? So if there are 12 homeowners not paying, and you guys take out a $300,000 loan, that $300,000 loan is with interest and expense of the HOA. Then the HOA would go out and charge those 12 monthly payments with the same interest to reimburse the HOA. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's the way it works.
I also want to say that our homeowners isn't looking to put liens on our homeowners.
Good.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not against the board.
I think to be really uncomplicated, they should take out a loan for the entire deficiency if they're going to do that. To do it like they're thinking about makes it very complicated.
Okay.
But it sounds to me like maybe, Kim, your HOA is listening. At least you guys are all talking.
Yes, I mean, I don't have any quorums about our HOA board members at all. So I'm just trying to, help us all out and come up with the best answers.
I think, do you know what the entire deficiency is? How many homeowners are there?
2.6 million.
Oh, my God. Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
2.6 million deficiency?
Yeah, I mean, you have the email. I sent you the email from our South Creek townhomes on what they're looking at. So it's 184 units, and we have to pay 10% for the deductible.
Wait. 10% of the 2.6?
No. So now I don't understand the numbers, so let me explain the numbers.
Man, hold on. It can't be. 2.6 can't be the deductible. It can't be.
Yeah, they're saying that. Yeah, that is. You've got the email. The townhomes are worth $45 million. They're telling us that we have to pay. It would come to 10%, which is 4.5. Then you go to the depreciation, and it comes to 2.6.
Okay, well.
I'm not a numbers person, but that's what I've been told.
So it's not just the deductible. They're only paying actual cash value. You know what? It sounds like this place is very, very, very mismanaged. But and here's what I tell people. This is an amazing thing I want to say. Even if an HOA is mismanaged, listen carefully. You still owe the money, even if it's mismanaged. Then you have to go after the ones who mismanaged it. And guess what happens? They go bankrupt. So when you're in an HOA, you're in a family. And unless all of you have equal trust, people don't understand this. HOAs are putting your trust in everyone else. It is the worst situation in the world. Based on what I know now about HOAs and management companies, I will never own, ever, a condo or a townhome in my life, ever again. And I believe people in townhomes and condos have a terrible, terrible investment. It's going to be akin to trailer parks in the future. That's how bad it's going to be to own one of those. And I don't care who you are. That's the way it is. Now, I don't know what else to tell you, but
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
One more question. Last question. We were told that there are only about 3 companies left in Colorado that will insure townhomes and condos. Is that correct?
Almost correct, yeah. There might be 4 or 5.
Okay. All right.
If you want the truth, Kim, Compass Insurance Group, they do big commercial and they do residential. They will answer your questions free, and they're not going to try to sell you.
I'm with them. I am with them. I'm talking to my agent.
Why don't you ask them how many big companies there are insuring townhomes? Okay. They'll tell you. And by the way, for anyone else who wants honesty, 303-996-9000, more coming right up.
Very nice.
Terrible.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now,
Mr. President, so far you're right on time.
By Dell Technologies.
Major delays south of town and through Castle Rock, I-25 northbound approaching Happy Canyon Road.
Yeah. This is terrible what's going on. With
HOAs or?
Yeah, with HOAs.
Yeah.
2 left.
It is the worst form of government.
Way and about 90 minutes of delays. If you're heading up to the Denver Metro from the south end, an alternate route is advised. Into Denver proper, it's a pretty standard drive. I-25 southbound, some brief slowdowns.
Oh, gotcha. Hey, hang on. I didn't even think about it. Switch one of them to K&H. You choose.
36 degrees.
So K&H and a car deal. K&H.
30 K-How.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years.
I can't hear you. I got to hear if you want me to come in on the glove.
K&H.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it would have been nice if you let me hear the end of the other commercial, then I can come in on time, but we don't have to let listeners know all of that, right, Shannon?
Not too much behind-the-scenes stuff, Tom.
Okay, anyway, I'm just kidding. K&H Home Solutions has wonderful options for bathroom remodeling now. Of course, they do everything they've always done. Window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, and they're one of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado, and you can get wonderful bathroom remodeling now through them, and you can trust them. They've been around long enough for me to know. 303-421-7100. They're totally transparent. We'll lay out all the options for you, whether it's just the shower conversion or you want to do the whole bathroom. khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. Now, getting your car repaired, you have to really trust people. And you know what? We're so happy to add to our family of auto repair places, RKC Automotive. What a great place. On Evans, just west of Tejon. You can find RKC online on Facebook. A lot of people are asking that. They don't yet have a website, believe it or not, but they're good people. Ramondo and his team, RKC Automotive. I'm going to give you a phone number. They do complete repairs on old, new, foreign, domestic. They do it all, including electrical. 720-749-3965.
Thank you. Yeah, I screwed up and hit the wrong button.
I'm sorry. Yeah, if I don't hear the end of the other commercial, I have no idea.
I screwed up and killed it. So you were live. I just went to you. So there was no off air there. There was just me screwing up.
And everything we said was on the air.
Yeah. That's why I said not too much off air stuff on the air time. But hey, we don't screw up that often. Pretty good. We're a well-oiled machine.
Yes, we are.
Like one you might find in a nightstand. Dollar just got that. I love that Dollar's in delay. No. In person, Dollar is in delay. The best. You know, I try not to be too foul-mouthed.
Well, yeah, right.
Try to couch everything in innuendo and euphemism. However, it did just occur to me the other day when we were talking about Gaza that freeing the hostages is a great euphemism for masturbation.
Okay. Okay. Not really sure if I want to expand on that.
No, yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I mean, I see where you're going with it.
I haven't checked to see if it's on Urban Dictionary, but it'd be a good one to add. I'd put that on a mug. Laundromat last night. That is an interesting slice of humanity.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Yikes and mundo.
I've been at some where it seems to be occupied by these people that call themselves, what are these people that don't want driver's licenses or anything? I am sovereign. You know, they say, I am sovereign. I am sovereign? I am my own independent nation. And they don't have paperwork or anything. And so these are usually people who are squatters, and I have met them at laundromats. They're like, well, if you need a place to crash, we took over a house over here on Dahlia.
Oh, my God.
Fun. All right.
That's terrible.
I thought about it just for a night, but no. I have my dignity.
God, I can't believe the idiots that I work with.
Just right here, or?
No, I'm talking about some of my clients and their websites. They're such fucking... Oh, never mind. I shouldn't. I mean...
Well, I mean, I understand. I mean, we talked to an author today on the other station who didn't have his book on his website. I'm like, how am I going to promote... Oh, here we go.
An iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We got a lot of calls I got to get to. And then we have Dan McKenzie with us, and I'm getting some texts from him on some will issues. So Richard's got a question on non-compete agreement. Richard, go ahead. I'm going to get through these calls quickly, I promise. Richard, go ahead.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. By the way, let me tell you why I'm an expert at non-competes. My entire broadcast career is filled with them.
Okay, got it.
So what do you need to know?
Mine is, okay, so I started working for a firm probably 14 years ago. About 4 years ago, they made everybody sign a non-compete clause and with new ownership. And I'm reaching pretty close to retirement. And I have a difference in the way the company's going.
What did the non-compete say, Richard? What did it say?
Well, the basic one, you can't do. I can't do what I do for 2 years. In other words, for any other company, or
Let me ask you something: is what you do in management?
Yes.
Well, that's okay. Let me just give you the rundown. I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm telling you as it pertains to me and how I handle it. I was told, and I can get my attorney on, that non-competes, I'm going to ask Dan McKenzie to hop on too. He's an attorney. But I was told non-competes only deal with management, with proprietary information. And if you go into another industry, obviously you can do that. But also, they can't restrict you from doing regular work ever. And even the ones with management have to be reasonable in time and scope. They can't say the whole world forever, and it has to be. Anyway, Dan, weigh in on that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think the courts kind of lean against enforcing them because the obvious reasons that they don't want to have people be, not able to work. I mean, obviously, this is your job. This is what you're an expert in, and so limiting it that way is a problem. Now, they can be enforced, but it is what you just said.
Again, mainly management. Nobody's going to enforce it against a worker. What kind of management do you do?
Well, I cover the West region, and they gave me the title.
But ordinary management, it has to have proprietary stuff.
Yeah. No. I mean, there's proprietary within their company. I mean, their own clients that they have, and clients that I've gotten for them. But
and you can never, even if you didn't have a non-compete, if you go after the clients, they could try to get you on that. But mainly, here they can restrict you from clients. But what I want to know is this: what is the scope of that non-compete? 2 years?
2 years. Yeah.
What's the geographic area?
Well, I'm in the West region, so from Colorado to Hawaii, basically.
Did they say that, Colorado to Hawaii, or did they say any company?
They said, well, I mean, I cannot work for another consulting firm within the expertise that I have.
What expertise do you have?
Elevator consultant.
I don't see how they can restrict that. I don't see how they can. But that's just me talking. Dan, what possibly do you know that's proprietary that your company consults people with, like certain techniques or certain procedures that other companies wouldn't? First of all, I don't even know what an elevator consultant does. I mean, to me, just as an aside here, most consultants, consult about things that people couldn't figure out themselves. Do you tell people that the elevator goes up and down, or what? What do you do?
Well, I make recommendations. I go in and make sure that the elevator companies are doing what they're contractually obligated to do.
Wow, I never dreamed you would need a consultant for that, but that's cool. I don't see anything. What is proprietary? I mean, you can go out and work for an elevator. I mean, I don't even see how the hell they can say what's proprietary.
Nothing. There's nothing proprietary.
Dan, I think they're overreaching, but that's my amateur, kind of look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like saying, okay, they tried to do that in broadcasting. You can't be a reporter. Well, bull crap, I can't be a reporter. I mean, unless there's something, or you can't be a talk show host, unless there's something proprietary, they can't keep you from doing it. I thought that was a big part of it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Major delays south of town and through Castle Rock, I-25 northbound approaching Happy Canyon Road, exit 187. 2 lanes blocked due to a major accident involving 2 big trucks. Cleanup crews are on site blocking those 2 left lanes, receiving stop-up traffic back from Plum Creek Parkway and about 90 minutes of delays. If you're heading up to the Denver Metro from the south end, an alternate route is advised. Into Denver proper, it's a pretty standard drive, I-25 southbound, some brief slowdowns into downtown. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, we're expecting some rain and snow this afternoon, high of 43, overnight low of 26. The current temperature in Denver is 36 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
Bonus savings on top brands and better sleep are all the buzz at Mattress Firm's Friends and Family sale. Hurry in to save up to $700 with your extra discount. You'll even get a free adjustable base on select beds. Plus, if you see a lower price, Mattress Firm will match it. Restrictions apply.
Okay, Sheridan Auto Tech, a company I would call. I know Kevin and his team. They're so wonderful. If you want auto repair, maintenance, repairs, heavy and light, also electrical repairs, they're on Colfax west of Wadsworth. And they're good. They're just good people. And you know what I love? That the electrical department, of course, you don't have to worry about electrical issues. And they do pre-buy inspections on used cars. That is really important. SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
Thank you.
Can you ask him if he's done with Richard?
Now,
You can
okay,
ask him.
here's my legal assistant says that's ChatGPT to you, but it says protection
Duct
of
cleaning. Talk about really
trade
clean.
secrets, confidential information, and specific customer relationships.
Yeah.
Reasonableness, consideration. There must be consideration for that 2 years.
Yeah, that's that they brought him all in later after he already started the job and said, you got to sign this. Like, what did he get in exchange for that?
Okay, good. I got to tell him that. Keep that guy on. I got better information for him.
You got it. Thank
Sale
you.
of business or recovery of education and training expenses.
I answered that. I suppose I could come back with Love in an Elevator, Aerosmith.
I can tell you a story about love in an elevator, but
Did you?
It might make some attorneys we know who are talk show hosts very upset.
Oh. Somebody you know joined the 75 Feet Club?
Hi, Richard. We have
Oh,
some
yeah.
other information for you, okay, that Tom wants to share. Hang
good.
on.
But back in the day, he was in every club there was.
Keith Wyman?
No, never mind. I don't want to talk.
Tom Jensen.
I told you I'm not going to talk.
We can talk about Tom. He may go bye-bye.
Do you know I had dinner with him like 2 weeks before? I think it was 2 weeks, maybe a week.
Wow.
And he was telling
It's
me,
too bad that the most masculine thing he ever did was right at the end of his life.
I really like him.
So did I.
God, I really
we're
did.
We're in the Ascot smoking a pipe, and when you meet him, he'd say, "Charmed, I'm sure." Other than that, he was great.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Is this Richard? Okay.
We lost him for a sec, but we got him back.
All right, hang on.
They got more info for you, Richard. Or what? Or is that the non-compete, or is that the boxer?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
non-compete. No, the boxer is not going to call us. That's not going to happen.
Unless it's going to be, will you accept a collect call from Arapahoe County?
Right.
Low back.
I can't believe that I got that. Jesus Christ. That URL for this guy. I mean, I am a genius.
Oh, for God's sakes. Sam Kinison had a joke like that. That was the punchline. He said, we're out in like Portland at 9 p.m. and all the bars close. And he says, how am I going to get me and my guys drunk? I got it. I'll order up a couple of fully stocked limos and we'll just sit in the parking lot and drink. And he said, that's when it occurred to me, I'm a genius. No kidding. Huh, I'm a genius.
Okay. You might have to wait a little bit because we've got 3 lines waiting. So I don't know if you want to call later or if you want to hold.
Here you go.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, now, who do I have here? I have follow-ups. I have
Richard,
and Richard has that non-compete. I have some more information, Richard. Okay, I consulted some legal stuff off the air. Okay? Listen carefully. That you have to have trade secrets. It has to be reasonable. You must have been given consideration for those 2 years. Did they give you a raise or pay you for that?
No.
Okay. Also, did they train you, especially they might want to recover some expenses if the new company that had you sign did that? And I'm telling you, you can talk to an employment attorney, but I don't think they can enforce it. Need our...
Awesome. I guess they changed that bed. I think they sent out an email saying that.
How'd they change it, bro?
It's different music.
Oh, I didn't notice. Here at the home, they don't let me hear it.
No. It was the music that was just now playing under you on the way to break.
I know. At the home, they
Oh, understood.
They don't tell me about that.
Hey, speaking of which, what medical procedures do you think are happening to our president right now?
For tonight?
Oh my gosh.
Can you say methamphetamine?
Oh, B12 right in the buttocks.
No, not in the buttocks, right in the penis.
Well, that's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Although it's not B12.
Hey.
Whatever it is works, huh?
I'm going to open up one of those businesses and call it the Prick.
Dude, if you ever need, it works.
The Prick. Do you like the name of the company?
Well, when they test your blood and they have to prick your finger, I say, well, thank God you're not doing the other thing. Fingering my... What? Very awkward when a nurse does that.
No, he's not. He's sleeping.
He's in a hyperbaric chamber. ABC
sure.
News just said President
Give me
Biden
a
is
break.
fine-tuning
That is the
his
biggest
speech.
load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life that he's preparing.
What?
Well, the news just said President Biden is fine-tuning his speech for tonight's State of the Union. It's like, no. Hyperbaric chamber, maybe. Transfusion of alien blood, possibly. But fine-tuning it, no. They did say in a preview of the speech he will be calling for higher taxes on corporations and the richest Americans.
Of course, yeah. The politics of envy, get people pissed off.
And if we would just stop punishing success, we might have a
That's
great
how
nation.
that's how they keep their base, by making them pissed off at others.
Yep.
And you know what? And they fall for it every goddamn time. There is nothing more stupid than a jealous liberal.
Well, and if things like the
Forget about doing stuff for yourself to make yourself great. Tear down others. That's the secret.
Well, I love these man on the street questions where they come up to somebody and say, how many moons does Earth have? And they go, no, I know this one. I know this. Oh, wait, hang on. I know this one. We're dealing with that as a general population. We're never going to get better.
Here's what's really amazing, though. They have their favorite billionaires that get a pass.
Yep.
like Bezos and the other
Epstein.
asshole.
Everybody gives Puerto Ricans a hard time for being untrustworthy. Epstein's Island was right next door, and they never said a word. I think we can trust them. Thank you.
Oh my God, Shannon.
What?
Warren Buffett, they give a pass. He tries to masquerade as a poor liberal, and
That's
then
because he's still driving an old Buick Skylark.
And then who else do they give liberals? I mean, do
Good
they
morning,
give
Trouble.
passes
So
to?
did you want to talk to Tom in the game?
Anyone who says the game.
Understood.
Oh yeah,
Paul
every
the
college
Waterman?
endowment you know of. They're all
The guy that
every
does,
college is
filtration?
they're billions and billions and billions,
Let me-
and pay zero tax on it.
I'm just gonna ask my Paul the Waterman. Let's see if my phone knows it. Whole house.
Colleges are the biggest scam known to man right now.
Net, that's got to be the guy, right? Net, Let's make sure. Is that really the right guy? Because, you know, well, here's Paul the Waterman. Facebook. Well, here's, you know what, I'm going to click on paulthewaterman.com and make sure that I really have the right thing. Oh, it is waterpros.net. Okay. Here's the number. You ready? 720-951-4130. That's it. Paul. I've only known him as Paul the Waterman. 720-951-4130. That's it. All right, sir? You bet. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Richard, this is Kelly over at Martino. We still haven't given you the information that you need.
Did we or no?
Yeah, just hang on for me, okay? He's got some other information, okay? Hang on. Fucking idiot. All right, Sherry, just be patient with me, okay? We're going to be with you as soon as possible. Okay, no problem.
Kelly's working the crowd.
Hi, is this Linda? Linda, hi, this is Kelly from the Martino show. Calling you guys back. And what was your husband's name? Dean, that's right. All right, well, we've got you all set.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. We have a lot to talk about today, so I better get to the calls. And I think Richard is done, right? I've told Richard everything he needs to know. If he has another question, I'll take him, but I think he's done. I want to move on. I'm Tom Martino. Dan McKenzie's with us, coplans.co. He is with Dan McKenzie Law Firm for estate planning. And also, I have Linda and Dean on from yesterday I'd like to talk to. and Linda and Dean, did they send us a picture yet of their unit, Kachina?
That's a little difficult, but I was able to get one off of the internet, and
Yeah,
Amazon
but how do we
does
know
have them.
it's okay? Did you get one that had a pedestal?
Yes.
Did you send it to me?
I will do so right now.
Okay, and until I get that, let me move on. I'll Linda and Dean, hang on. I'll get right back to you, okay, dear? Just hang on. I'm going to go to Sherry. Sherry, what's going on with your apartment deposit, Sherry?
Okay, yes. Well, my daughter and I got involved in a lease, a 6-month lease in Wyoming, Laramie. We secured the apartment in July of 23, but the lease was to start the 1st of August.
Okay, so that's
January.
fine. It doesn't matter. That's what matters. So you signed a lease to start August 1st.
Yes.
Okay.
My daughter moved in, which they understood she would not move in until roughly the 11th.
It doesn't matter. None of that matters.
Okay, all right. And so then the lease was to go to January 1st, which then she was paid up through the end of January of this year, 24.
So so when in August did she move in?
She moved in on the 11th.
But when was it effective? The 1st?
Yes.
So
But this
August, September,
allowed them-
October, November, December, January. So it was a 6-month lease. Got it.
Yes. This allowed them to also have extra time to get their
Got it.
personal
So now what?
belongings.
What's going on now?
All right.
It was up in January. What's going on?
Well, and my daughter turned the key over the 25th of January, but it was roughly on the 4th of January that they notified my daughter, who then in turn told me we needed to pay another month's rent because my daughter, after she graduated in December, asked if there was a possibility or a need to stay longer, would they agree to a month-to-month? Okay? So they said yes. There was no contract for a month-to-month. Nothing in writing. My daughter then got hired on. She applied, went through interviews to come back to Colorado to work.
Sherry, I don't need to know any of that. What you're saying is they took that inquiry as a request to extend the lease. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Well, did they get that in writing or did they just talk about it?
Nothing.
Okay, so
Nothing in writing.
the lease does not say you have to let us know if you're extending or not. You must let us know.
No.
The lease automatically terminates. It has no wording in it whatsoever that it reverts unless she lets them know. Because let me tell you why. There are some leases, listen carefully, please. There are some leases that say this goes to January 30th or 31st, whatever. It goes to January. And unless you notify us that you're leaving, it will automatically revert month to month.
Okay.
So what does it say? It's all going to be a matter of contract. So if they don't have any clause in there whatsoever where she had to let them know her intention, then she simply needs to sue them in small claims court for the deposit.
Well, it's not just deposit because come roughly the 4th of January, I'd have to look at more paperwork. She's not at home.
You mean the 4th of February, you said?
But, well, no, January.
Okay,
4th
go
of
ahead.
January, she was notified by another tenant who is the daughter to the owner of the property. She was notified, my daughter, that she was late on her payment, which was not true because in the beginning, we paid first, last month, and deposit in one big check.
Okay.
So they were saying she was late on paying her rent.
And this is, I'll tell you why, okay, Sherry? They're saying that because they did not believe it ended at the end of January. So they did not consider it the last month. Listen, without seeing that lease, we can't tell you any more than that. That landlord is contending that she had more than a 6-month lease, that it continued after that unless she let them know. That's what they're saying. And you're saying, no, it ended. And therefore, you wanted them to use the last month rent from your last month payment, which they should. But they're not considering it the last month. It's pretty clear that you two have a very clear misunderstanding. And that's why I'm going to say this again. You have to go to the original lease and carefully analyze the termination clause. And then you sue them in small claims court for whatever they collected from you. I don't know what they're keeping. I mean, right now, what are they doing? She's out. What are they coming after her for?
Well, they haven't come after her for, meaning they're withholding. So it's
what are they
over,
withholding? They should withhold. Okay. Hold on. You already paid the first month, and you paid the last month, right? Or did she get scared and pay January twice?
I paid it again, thinking it was for February if she needed to be in there.
Okay, well, then you guys, in my opinion, you extended the lease. By doing that, you've, in essence, told them you're extending the lease. So what are they withholding from you right now? Exactly what are they withholding?
Well, the $875 for rent 1 month, and then because they're going to get someone in there to shampoo, but they're going to take a third of her $875 deposit. So
I get it. Okay, I get it. So really in dispute right now, I think they're being fair by cleaning the carpets and giving back the rest of the $875. The only thing in dispute right now is whether or not you owe for March. I think you sent them mixed signals. Here's why. She inquired about extending in December, and then you went ahead and paid for March. You should have said on January 4th when they wanted the rent, no, you have the last month's rent and we're not staying. But you didn't. You paid the rent. And you assumed it was for whatever you assumed. I don't know what you assumed, but you gave mixed signals. It's not as black and white as you think it is. I'm telling you that from an objective viewpoint here. Now, am I thinking that they should keep your money? No, not necessarily. But it's not as cut and dry as you said. You said the lease clearly ended in January, or at the end of January. And if it did, then she should have simply said to them, no, we're not paying for January. You already collected for it. Instead, you wrote them another check. So they're thinking, okay, she does want to extend.
Okay, that makes sense.
So what you have to say to them is, there was a misunderstanding. She didn't stay for February. Listen, this is going to be a battle, but the lease will say it all. If the lease does not require any kind of a notice, then I would take them, again, to small claims court, and I would sue for the balance that they kept. That's what I would do. I would leave the carpet cleaning alone. I wouldn't get into the weeds there. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Listen, Frank, how do I put this? He's the best. That's all there is to it, okay? He puts more money in your pocket, and he does it quicker than anyone. That's what he does, bottom line. If you call Frank, he'll do a free analysis of your home, what it will sell for, what you'll clear, and what you can buy. And all of that is complimentary. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Yep.
One final road trip. Hi, this is Voice of the Boss, Mark Johnson. Tonight, the Buffs battle the...
Real quick to these two.
6:30 on KOA, 8:50 a.m., 94.1 FM, and an iHeartRadio.
Every day, I'll get an email, or I'll look at an email that says, who would you get if you were injured in an accident? They really ask me. They know they hear it on the show, but they want that reinforcement. And I tell them, John Fuller. And listen, you know, John doesn't have a big, giant firm with call centers and dozens of attorneys, and he's proud of that. He has made a pledge to only have himself and his staff, his support staff, great researchers and paralegals and all that, but he handles each and every case. That's his pledge to you. And he also gives you his cell phone number so you can call or text him at any time. He said, I will take only the number of cases that I can work. And here's the most important thing. I don't just go after judgments. You can hear all you want about these giant judgments. I go after collection. If it can't be collected, then it can't be, what good is it? So John Fuller is a practical attorney that has a practical approach. And trust me, he'll get you rewards. He's done it. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. Notice the difference. 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. What most people want with investments are guarantees, and it's almost impossible to get a guarantee unless you do what Joe Ciano and his team offer, and that's a fixed indexed annuity. Now, not all annuities are the same, trust me, but Joe Ciano has a solid product with written guarantees from companies that are 125 years old, where you buy an annuity, they pay you a guaranteed return, guaranteed never to lose money, and guaranteed to give you income for life. Find out more, 303-779-6600.
Thank you.
How much time?
I really don't want to put her on the air.
3.5.
All right, thanks.
You have time to kind of like deal with her. So I can actually forward you this email. Nichols, Nichols. And what's your email?
I hate to bust your bubble, but this radio has no platform.
This what has no platform?
The one that she sent me, there's no platform.
The letter that she sent. So basically, okay. Here we go. I feel that
there's no pedestal.
Advantage of to the.
If they can't get us a picture, I don't know what to do because this is not what they have.
Hey, Annie Leibovitz, try again.
No, it's just not the one, man. They can just take a fucking picture. Listen, I know old people, and if you don't give them exactly what they have,
yeah,
they will not like it.
This pudding's different.
Okay, here's the pedestal. This is the pedestal one, you asshole. I don't mean you. I mean them. I got the one.
Oh my God, I don't care.
I got the one. Listen, I got the one with the pedestal, and I'm going to buy it. But I don't see a remote. Ask him if it has a remote. Certainly, they know that.
Is this something I'm supposed to be doing? What are you talking about?
I'm talking to her. Jesus, I'm just assuming, for God's sakes.
Who's her, Kelly?
Oh, shut up.
Because Kelly's on the phone and she can barely unitask. You know that.
God damn it. There's a bad... Oh, damn it.
What do you need?
Say it again.
What do you need?
Okay, listen. Please ask them if they have a remote, okay? The one you sent me is not a pedestal one, but that's fine. I found a pedestal one now that I know what one it is. Ask them what color it is and ask them if they have a remote.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah, buying something on
Hey,
Craigslist?
Linda, what color is your radio? A cream color?
Okay, good. Got it. That's all I need. No long story. Do they have a remote?
Remote.
God, they want to give me long stories. Do they have a remote?
It's a cream color. Do you have a remote?
See, it took 6 hours just to find out it's cream.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Takes me a lot.
And yes,
hours
and then
to...
it's on a pedestal. Got it. Okay. Hang on for me. Okay, yes, on the remote, it's a cream color on a pedestal.
Okay, son of a bitch.
What?
Yeah. Okay. I found the pedestal one. It doesn't have a remote. It's a son of a bitch.
Is this Swap Shop? What the hell is going on?
What?
Talk Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Linda and Dean called. They're a couple in their 90s. They moved from one apartment to another, and they think they got screwed by the mover. And it's probably too late to do anything about it. They paid more than was promised. But what they're really upset about, one of their main problems they talked about was he broke their Bose acoustic wave radio with CD player and pedestal and remote. So Linda and Dean, when you say it's broken, I just want to explore this for a minute. It just doesn't turn on at all, or what? What's going on?
No, it does not turn on, and it makes no sound whatsoever.
Oh, bro.
The inside, when it was dropped, when they were loading it, they must have dropped it because the base got all cracked, and the components inside the radio are all wrong.
I talked to 2 radio repairmen. They said irreparable.
Okay. So I want you to leave your address with Kachina here, and we're going to send you one. And they don't make them brand new, but we can find a refurbished one.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me repeat to my husband he can find a refurbished one because they don't make them anymore.
They don't make anymore.
That's right. That model, right? Yes.
But I can find one just like it, a beige with a pedestal. Yep.
Yes.
We can find one.
Pedestal.
Yeah.
And by the way, we just want to do this for you because we feel bad for you, and I don't think we'll get anything from that crappy moving company.
Tom, may I say something?
Yes.
We still see the picture of the new radio from Bose, and they look the same exactly.
Well, it's not, but okay. So how much is the new one from Bose?
It was a 1,500.
Yeah. So this one that you have, how old is it?
We got it in 1997. It's been in wonderful condition all these years. We cherish that radio.
Okay. Listen, I can't promise you. I mean, I'll look at the new one, but here's the problem with that. I don't think it's going to have the same simple functionality as your other one with the CD player. I mean, I hesitate to get you something. They're just not making that radio anymore, and I hesitate to give you guys in your 90s something brand spanking new that you haven't had before. I mean, I'm not saying you're stupid. You're not. But if you want to replace exactly what you have, that wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it'll be much newer than the one you have, but it won't be the brand new one with the MP3 and all of that. I mean, that's all I'm saying. So you guys think it over.
May I reply to what you just said?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
We don't expect to have that radio replaced as such because they don't make any more. They make different versions.
Right.
Okay. Even though it looks like it, the same, but it's a different version.
Right.
And we're not really looking to replace it 100%, no.
Well, we want to buy you one. We'll get you a really nice one, like totally refurbished. But that's up to you. You guys decide if you want that or not, and we'd like to do that for you because, okay? I feel bad for you that you got taken advantage of. I think it's terrible that you were taken advantage of. But again, we want to do this, but then we want to help you. Like the cuckoo clock Man, there's nothing we can do about that. That's an expensive thing. You're sure that they picked up a cuckoo clock for you, right? That was a 7-foot clock they took and never delivered it?
No, it was not a 7-foot clock. It was probably 1.5 to 2 feet high.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, that was vintage, though. That was an antique, right?
No, not antique, no.
It wasn't. Are they available? Have you looked for replacements on those if you wanted to go after this mover?
It's still available in Germany. You can order on the website.
How much?
It's about $600.
Okay.
No more than that.
Can you try to send me a link on that or where I can find it?
What did he say?
A link of a cuckoo clock.
Where we can find it.
We'll have to send it to you, but eventually I will need where to send it. Tom, that's not only the issue, but since this all happened, this guy moved us. We've been in touch with the Attorney General.
Yes,
with
good.
the Secretary of State, the
Good.
Better Business Bureau.
Good.
And nobody seems to be able to do anything. They
No,
just say,
hold on,
go and
hold
talk
on.
to your lawyer.
When you say they're not able to do anything, that's exactly right. They're not going to go after them and sue them or do anything because they're just, no one is equipped to do that directly. What they do is, and unless they got multiple complaints, they won't go after them for fraud. You don't have proof. Here's the problem. We have none of this we have proof about. I'm going to have one of our people call. I'll have let's see, is Dollar in the studio today? Let's have him call over to the mover and pressure them. Is he in the studio or not? Is he?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Hold on. We're going to have one of our people call, and then we'll make every attempt to replace that CD with a better one that has the same kind of functionality. And Kachina, it would be really, really good. I know they don't. If they could just snap a picture of that. If not, I understand. But anyway, 303-713-8255. Deputy Chopper has some follow-ups. So let's take at least one right now before the break. Chopper, what's going on?
Do you have your dinger ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get my dinger ready. Tell me why.
Well, you remember, I think it was last week, we got a call on the North Washington Dental. They owed a couple $3,225.
Yeah.
I called the office manager.
Yeah.
And they promised they would send it out. Well, guess what? They did. So
Did they get the money?
Yes, they got the money from North Washington Dental, and everything's okay.
Yes, sir. You got the dinger. We have more coming right up. Hold on.
Very nice.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your...
Linda says the only camera they have is a Brownie, so they're going to take a picture and have it developed and then printed.
Is sponsored by Lowe's.
Lots to talk about beyond the Denver city limits for the late morning commute. South of town, I-25 northbound. Crews still working on an accident in the two.
Nothing on the Brownie for Linda. All right.
Stop and go traffic back from Plum Creek Parkway through Castle Rock. About 80 minutes of delays. Alternate routes are advised. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound are closed through Glenwood Canyon for rock slide. Into Denver proper and on the west end, I-70 westbound before Colfax, a crash in the left lane has slow driving back from Denver west, about 5 minutes of delays. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain and snow later today, high 43. The current temperature is 36 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
At Lowe's, pros save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 230 or more select James Hardie fiber cement siding panels. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Your choice for garage doors, yes. 24/7 service. All of their prices on the website, whether it's a full door or any part of the opening or the opener. They have the new Sidewinder openers with battery backups, Wi-Fi integration. They're wonderful people. One Clear Choice Doors.com. That's One Clear Choice Doors.com. Gotta love those people. 888heating.com is replacing high efficiency with high efficiency, your AC and furnace, one or both. And here's the great part. Not only do you save with them going in, but you save every single month. If you're doing a replacement, make it high efficiency with 888heating.com. WaterPros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices. You've heard me say it. Whole house systems for around $3,500 to get rid of all those plastics and chemicals. You need them, and that's WaterPros.net. K&H is doing home improvements now, in addition to, of course, all of the stuff they do, which is roofing and gutters and siding and windows and doors. The more is now bathroom remodeling. And you can trust this company, been around longer than anyone, one of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado. That's K&H Home Solutions, online at khwindows.com. And you know what I love about them? They'll come and do a free estimate of your complete bathroom, whether you want the complete bathroom or maybe you just want the shower area, whatever it is, they can do it at great prices and great value. 303-421-7100. That's 421-7100.
Thank you. Dean and Linda are going to make some sketches of the radio.
Oh, no, please.
Sure.
You're joking,
if you
right?
If you
They have a Brownie camera, and they're going to...
good, and then make sure you give Scott your address and all of your information.
We'll get this done. We'll get it done. I just got to get the right information for her.
Love it. How fun.
Okay.
We're going to send you every episode of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Do you think on the radio they used to listen to The Shadow Knows?
Oh, my God.
What?
Dollar is going to have his hands full on this.
Well, he's certainly not talking about him in the shower.
You're going to have to call them back.
I know.
They are extraordinarily slow. Very nice people, though. Dean, her husband, is 95, soon to be 96. So you have to talk really slow because he doesn't understand.
Right. The wife is better.
Yes.
There's some band performing right below us in the building, and they are shaking the building.
Their phone number is 303.
I don't know who it is, but golly, they're giving it everything they got.
Do they still do Studio C?
Heck yeah. We just
and they're going to talk to you
went
about
out and sold the 35th
other items that are missing.
Studio C
And,
this past December.
they're missing items too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and they're expecting your call right now, and Tom wants you to.
I think I started with the station
If you want to go in freedom, you can do that.
when they were at about number 9, maybe. I think they were 9 years into Studio C when I
Are they
started.
going to try and send an email?
Well, when J-Core bought Noble, remember?
Okay.
Remember KO coming in and wiping everybody out?
Oh, yeah.
It must be fun getting to fire Mason twice.
Where's he?
He is a handyman in Toronto. So he's there nailing some stuff, screwing some stuff, maybe laying a little pipe. You know how he lived. He was my favorite. I've told you before, occasionally I would replace his office chair with a mic stand. He would laugh. You remember he still had his, what was he, altar boy sign on his door? Hey, here we go.
iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk. Whatever is on your mind, let's do what it takes to make your life a little easier. We have Dan McKenzie with us. I have a question, Dan. Dan McKenzie, by the way, he is an attorney at law that does estate planning. And someone wants to know, if they have a trust, do they also need a will? I think they do, right? Or what?
You should have a will.
What does the will do?
The will directs anything that's not in the trust. And usually there's at least a few things outside the trust that need some, like your cars usually are not in the trust.
But if you did have a complete trust, you would say in the will, see the trust, right?
That's pretty much always what it says. Take anything that was not in the trust when I passed away, put it in the trust, and let the trust direct where it goes. It's kind of a backup. But when you have a trust, you're trying to put stuff as much as you can in the trust during your lifetime.
Somebody else has a question we'll get to on privacy. You can be thinking about that. That's coplans.co, Dan McKenzie. Let's go back to Chopper. He got money back, man, a lot of money back. That's wonderful, Deputy Chopper, that you got that money back for that guy. It was Anthony, I believe. And so tell me, what else is going on, sir?
Well, I want the listeners to know how good your referral list is. I have a shout out. Can I give it, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I had a baseball-sized dent on a car. Got 2 quotes in Parker, and then I realized, hey, we probably have someone. I checked our referral list, and we have Rocky Mountain Dent Service.
Yes.
I went down there. These people are craftsmen. They're the nicest 3 guys I've ever had work on my car. They did a great job, Tom.
Good. That's good to know, man. That's really good. Okay. Any other updates or follow-ups?
And I have one more if you have time.
All right. Go ahead.
I have one more.
Yes.
Remember last week we had almost 2 calls in a row on Choice Home Warranty on refrigerators?
God, I can't stand home warranties.
Yep.
So what about it?
I know that. Well, the first one did get a credit card, and the second one, after they were on our show and I poked the bear, the repair guy did go on out and ordered parts. So I guess they're living up to their warranty.
So far there. Let's see if they actually fix it. So Thank you for that, though. And I'm going to withhold my dinger until we see if they actually fix it. That's Deputy Chopper. And then, of course, we have, no, I'm not doing the dinger right now. So Deputy, I just put the dinger away. That's what that was, right? Okay. And then we have Deputy Doc and Deputy Dollar. We have them all on duty today. All right, now, let's go to that follow-up with Ernest. Ernest has a follow-up, and you have a Chevy Equinox you're calling about. So this was Red Automotive. I remember this, Ernest. Let me go to your call here. And it's a 2013. This was really outrageous. Correct. 2,000 miles after they did some work, you got this noise, and it turns out, basically, bottom line is the timing chain broke that they put in. Internal engine damage. And I said, look, you need to get this checked out by someone we trust. We don't know who's right, who's telling you the truth. But one thing I would not do is I said I would not authorize repairs until I knew if the block was good or bad. Because if that block was damaged, as the first Chevy dealer said, you do not want to spend $2,000 on that car only to turn around and spend another $5,000 on the block. So what happened, Ernest? You told them to stop the repairs, and then what?
Correct. Well, as soon as you told me that, and it made a lot of sense, I called them, and the gentleman said they haven't even pulled it in to start yet. They was going to pull it in either in the afternoon or this morning.
Perfect.
I said, nope, do not do any repairs. It's not authorized right now. And He
Good.
agreed. I mean, if I stopped him.
But did you tell him why you wanted to stop?
Yes, sir. I told him why, and he said, well, the car seems to be running perfectly, but he doesn't know.
Okay.
If there's
What we
any
have to
metal
figure
or
out is
anything
this,
in it.
Ernest. Here's your next step. How did that
Yes,
first Chevy dealer determine that the block was cracked?
Well, I'm not going to say he said cracked, but he said in bad shape.
I don't even know what
was
that
actually
means.
wrong with it.
There's no such thing as a block being in bad shape. A block is a block is a block is a block. So I don't even know what bad shape means. What does it mean?
What the cam did, he said the cam broke in the block, and it caused damage.
Well, hold on.
That's
Did they take the engine apart to look inside it?
The first one they had to. I'm like.
Well, no,
Tom,
they
that's
hold
why I
on.
call it
You
professional.
mean to tell me that first Chevy dealer took your engine completely apart and then put it back together?
Tom, I got the paperwork. I don't know what
Ernest,
they did 'cause I
let me
wasn't
ask you
there.
something, Ernest. When you took
Yes,
it to
sir.
the first Chevy dealer who determined the block was in bad shape and that there were parts of the timing chain in it, that dealer, how much did they charge you for that diagnosis?
They didn't charge me nothing because Red
Then they did
Automotive
not take
couldn't
the
figure
engine
out-
apart. I will guarantee it.
Red Automotive sent it to them because he didn't know how to get it started.
Ernest,
So he sent it to
Ernest,
them. Yes, sir.
that first dealer did not take that engine apart. They can't. They would. Do you understand what it would have taken to remove and look at that block?
I really don't.
Okay.
I'm not. I have no mechanical.
They would have had to
experience.
take the entire top off of that engine. Let's just put it this way, okay? You told me the first dealer determined the block was bad, and I said, I thought, I mean, there's no way that they could have determined that without an internal inspection. I have no idea how they determine. Can you call them for us and say,
Yes, sir.
just say this. Don't get into the weeds. Just say, listen, I'm considering, having this car repaired, but I don't want to spend too much money. And I remember you told me the block was bad or in bad shape. What did you mean exactly? Just please ask them. Did you look at it inside? How do you know there's internal damage to the block? Would you please ask those questions?
Yes, sir. I definitely will. And one more thing, Tom, what I would like to do is actually send you the report via the email that they gave me that describes all the damage that was done.
Okay, I
to the
want you
block.
to do that. And then you should take your car over to Kevin Calkin at Sheridan
Kevin
Auto
Calkin.
Tech. That's your next step, okay?
Sheraton
Auto Tech.
Auto. Okay.
Where is it right now, this second dealer? And by the way, I'm not throwing any rocks at this second dealer. They didn't do anything yet. What's the name of the second dealer?
The second one is Daniel Long Chevrolet.
And where's that located?
In Motor City. Motor City.
Where's that?
Colorado Springs.
Oh my
Colorado
God.
Springs, Motor City.
Never mind. You're not going to go to Sheridan Auto Tech. No, it's too
Oh,
far.
that's in Denver. Huh?
It's too far, bro. I need to talk to. Can you get Jesse on from Honest Accurate Auto?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, Brian. Ernest, hold on. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com, weight loss at $250 a month for the compounded semaglutide. Again, I always tell people to check with your doc if you're going on a weight loss program or if you're concerned about semaglutide. It's the compounded form, and they'd be happy to have you talk to their doc as well, and all supplies for $250 a month. DenverRegen.com.
Awesome.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Silk. Feel plenty good. Shop wherever you find groceries.
Lots to talk about beyond the Denver city limits for the late morning commute. South of town, I-25 northbound. Crews still working on an accident in the 2 left lanes at Happy Canyon Road. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic back from Plum Creek Parkway through Castle Rock. About 80 minutes of delays. Alternate routes are advised. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound are closed through Glenwood Canyon for rock slide. Into Denver proper and on the west end, I-70 westbound before Colfax, a crash in the left lane has slow driving back from Denver west, about 5 minutes of delays. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, rain and snow later today, high 43. The current temperature is 36 degrees. With your Impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Feel plenty good by incorporating Silk into your morning routine. Silk's delicious plant-based beverages help bring a daily dose of goodness. They are rich in calcium and a good source of vitamins A and D to support the health of you and your family. Shop wherever you find groceries.
You know, people get into trouble they don't expect to, but they do. Sometimes it's a DUI. Now, that also has come to mean driving under the influence, which could be marijuana or any other drug. People also get into scuffles with neighbors. It might be a yelling match and you get charged with assault or something. Life can get complicated. Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. Don't ever try to shop for an attorney when you're under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. If you ever need them, Joe Lazara can be found at referralist.com or lazaralegal.com, Lazzara. Give them a call for a free consultation always, and then flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Man, I have so much to say about them. First of all, they do roofs and soffits, fascia, gutters, siding, windows, stucco, decks, railings, painting, and they have this new roof material out that's actually good for the environment. This is going to be all the rage. I'm serious. It converts pollutants when it's hit by the sun. It converts the pollutants in contact with it to nitrogen. And then the rain carries that nitrogen to your soil to enrich your soil. It also cleans the air around your house and in your house when air comes through. It's unbelievable. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Everyone envisions
award-winning.
Shut up.
Come on. Can I compliment a fella?
Yeah. I'm a curmudgeon. That's what my wife calls me now.
Oh, well, yeah. That proof you're getting smarter. Everybody sucks, and it's becoming on me to go ahead and tell them. Least I can do.
Oh, man.
Oh my God, you're so funny.
You're so sweet.
Do you use ChatGPT at all?
Yep.
Do you use the 4.0? I have the 4.0.
I think I do, yeah.
Because the other one cut off at like December 2022
Right.
or something.
Yeah.
I just subscribe to it. I have found it's worth it.
Yeah.
It's not, it's pretty damn smart, but there are some things it's really not that smart. It's really not. It's kind of like bullshit smart.
Right.
Like it says, well, it depends on this and it depends on that. It's like it's cagey. duration of your registration certificates have been extended up to 7 years based on the former expiration date. So they're so far behind. So for verification purposes, even through the expiration date, so, wow. So basically, I don't have to, I just wait to be notified. They have extended all of our, they've extended.
Here you go.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so we have Ernest here. Now, basically, I want him to get over to, we don't have him on yet, do we? Jesse? I wanted to get Jesse on, so.
He hasn't gotten back to me yet.
All right, hang on, Ernest. I'll come back to you.
Voicemail.
Brian's turn. Brian, what's going on? Hey, Brian.
Hello.
What's going on?
Hey, so the other day I went into a Walgreens and bought a prepaid phone card.
Okay.
For Verizon.
Yep.
They have white ones and they have red ones now, apparently.
I didn't
And
know
they used
that.
to be
What's
in
the
one
difference?
spot.
What's the difference?
Yeah, there you go. That's the whole point of this. Apparently, there's two different divisions of Verizon. So
What color did you buy?
I bought red, the Total by Verizon variety.
Bought a red calling card.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it is called Total by Verizon, not the white prepaid Verizon.
Is the red one prepaid as well, though?
Yeah, pretty much.
So how does it
You're
differ?
buying it from Walgreens.
How is this affecting you?
So I bought 4 of them at $60 a piece, $240.
And why? Just out of curiosity, why do you buy them?
I like to just be able to do it that way. I just like it better.
So how is it
No
used? I don't
commitment.
even know what a calling card is used for. I'm serious. What do you use it for? Long distance or what? I don't even know there was charges like that. What?
Just basically your monthly charge for your cell phone. That's what you use it for.
I guess so. Okay, you choose not to pay by credit card.
Absolutely.
So are they called prepaid calling cards or are they called just prepaid?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like a gift card.
Got it. Okay. So what's going on?
All right. So anyway, I scratched 2 of them, tried to download or input the number into message to pay for my phone service, and they were declined. It said they were not applicable to my program, my prepaid service plan.
What does that
so
mean?
Then, on the back of the card, unfortunately, it says in small print, card cannot be refunded once validated or authorized at the register. Okay, so now I have a problem. I can't use it. I didn't know there were 2 different styles.
Well, hold
Apparently,
on.
both companies.
Let me ask you this,
both
Brian.
companies
Would
are-
you have been able
Yeah?
to use the white one to prepay to pay for your phone?
Yes, always have been.
The white one.
Yeah, and the white one used to have a little bit of red on it, right? So when I was looking in the area, I didn't see the white ones with red on them. I didn't see the white ones only.
Well, you
I just
shouldn't
saw
have
these
to
red
worry.
ones.
I mean, that's crazy.
Absolutely, that's my point.
Can I ask you something? I mean, they expect people to know which one to buy, and they're both Verizon.
I guess.
So I want to ask you some simple questions. What is the white one for? The red one for?
I don't know. Apparently, it could possibly be for internet service also with your phone, and maybe some hotspot Wi-Fi stuff. I don't know.
Yours is that you have a prepaid cell phone. Is that what it is?
Yes.
And the prepaid
I
cell
have a
phone can only be paid for with the white card.
Yes, pretty much.
And now that you bought the red one, you can't convert it to a white one. What? So
That's what they're telling me. So what I did yesterday, I took the 4 cards and the receipts, and I went to 2 Verizon stores, and their attitude was this: we are franchise stores. We can't handle this. You have to go to a corporate store. Go to the mall in Fort Collins. So I went to the mall in Fort Collins, the corporate store, and they're like, we can't do this. You'll have to go online and do it.
All right, hold on. We'll come back to you. This is crazy stuff and good information.
Yay.
This is insane. I need more coffee, man.
Orally?
I drink too much. I don't give a shit.
So speaking of eating whatever I want, I brought some pizza for my lunch. Can I keep this up somewhere? Anyone might
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, man. Yeah.
This just in.
You can eat it anywhere you want. I don't give a shit.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
I'm not doing anything
Got the spot.
Super soft water, the best cleaning agent.
Yes, yes. We have a line available. Let me go ahead and put you in the queue to talk to Tom. Yes, I'm here. Right. We only do on-air cases. We're a radio show. Okay, perfect. We're on until 2 o'clock. Okay, bye.
So for this couple,
Hang on, dollar. I gotta
okay,
try to.
That's fine.
I'd love to know what band is under us. They are extra loud today.
Yes, they are.
Proud of them. Kids, prime of their life, having fun. Probably driving in a van, just got through peeing in a Gatorade bottle. It's the life, man. Shut up, Schumer.
Hey, trying to reach Jesse. Yeah, so this is the Tom Martino radio show. This is Kelly, and I just tried to ping him on his cell, and I'm not sure, is he in a meeting or with a client? Or...
I didn't do it.
Okay, all right. If you can give him that message that Tom Martino is trying to get a hold of him, that would be great. Okay, thanks. All right, bye. Hey, Tom? Okay, what's up?
So this Dean and Linda?
Yeah.
Does Tom know that this was back all the way in December of 22? Okay, because I didn't hear the call yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, he's aware.
Okay.
Fun. No. Fun.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Who's this?
Man, every time I hear Ramadan, I get hungry for top ramen.
Ooh. I can go for some ramen.
And I know that a big part of their deal is fasting. I wonder if they just one package.
Yeah.
That's okay with their whole dietary.
How do you do just one package?
Nobody I know.
Oh.
I'm a 4-cup.
Kelly.
Yes.
Do you know that they live at 4300 South Monaco?
I don't.
I said, they gave me their address. I said, you're like 5 blocks from the radio station. He said, are you at iHeart? I said, yep, we are. I just thought, it's pretty rare that you get someone that's that close.
Right there, yeah.
Weight in a healthy manner.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but
No.
good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. are. Okay, we've been trying to. Okay, please don't hang up, all right? All right. Just do not hang up because you've hung up like 4 times, and it's like, and then I tried to call you back and you weren't answering. So, all right. Stay on the phone. Stay on the phone. Okay, hold on.
I'm not gonna do that.
God.
I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Oh my
You
God.
tell me to stay on the phone. Why you guys aren't helping me? You're not on the phone. You're gonna stay on the phone. Get him, Kelly.
No, I'm serious. This
Get him.
guy's hung up like 4
Yeah,
times.
see, there he is again. He hung up and called right back.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Yeah.
Are you trying to call the Tom Martino Show? Is this Randy? Wow. Oh, I always love getting cussed at.
You do your watering from home, right?
No, I have an office.
Oh, no, you
Okay. Yep.
10 seconds, Tom.
I think it's fair to say the election is now Trump's to lose. What does he have to do to win the biggest victory possible and help the GOP win both the House and Senate? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This show brought to you by Ideal Home Loans. For your next Ideal Home Loan, they do the interest rate guarantee, so when rates go down, you'll be refinanced free of charge, free of lender fees. That's 303 and 9. Well, let me see. Ideal Home Loans. I used to have that by heart. What the hell's wrong with me? 303-867-7000. 303-867-7000. And I swear, if you make a joke, Dragon, about age, I'm going to come over there. Okay, now.
I would never say anything to your face.
No, never. Now, we do have a follow-up I want to do. And it's Tom. He called 3 weeks ago, Mr. Appliance. This Viking refrigerator thing was terrible. But I believe, isn't this the one we had the follow-up on recently here? But let's bring him up anyway. Hey, Tom. What's going on, sir?
How are you, sir?
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a little follow-up on that. I appreciate you guys reaching out back from them.
Wait, is this the one? Is this the one where it was last April?
Yes, sir. 9 times.
Last April, Mr. Appliance came to try to fix your Viking refrigerator. You spent $6,700 in repairs, and it was never fixed. You called another place, and they fixed it for $4,700 or $4,800.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yeah,
the original
could have been
repairs
1,000
that
less
were
if they
done,
had-
they were totally useless, right?
That is correct.
And then
They
did you
started
call?
with a fan, then they went to a exchanger, then they went to a compressor, then they pulled the unit out, damaged my cabinets, put it back
So,
in, and
When
and then
we last talked, I noticed here I said you just wanted to let people know, but I wonder why we didn't call them on the last time you called us in February. Why didn't we? Did we try to call Mr. Appliance?
I think you were trying to get a hold of somebody, and then I got an email said that you're gonna try to put us together or get them online. But I've never received a call from anyone even yet. Not from you, from Mr.
No,
Appliance.
and
I've been to
what we need to
I
do.
actually went down to their office.
And when you went down there, could you talk to anyone?
There was just one girl at the front desk, and I said, "Hey, I'm Tom Tarver, and I've been trying to reach your service manager or your owner." And she said, "Well, he's not in." And I said, "Okay, we're going to go with that." So I handed her the paper. I said, "Here's all the 9 calls I've called you guys. You know, I wanted to talk to somebody. I'd even try to get to an agreement because, I get it.
I don't know why
like,
you wouldn't take. Listen, why wouldn't you take him to small claims court? You'll win.
Well, I'd like to do that. I've never done that before, so I guess I'm going to have to understand how to do that.
Okay.
Or if I can get some help with it, somebody. I would certainly like to do that.
Mark, as I said, Mark almost has become almost an expert at it. But basically, what he does is he goes online, and what we do is we check out the site for consumers on the Secretary of State. It's hold on, I'm going to do it right now. The Secretary of State, and what you do is you find the business, you look up the business record for that company, and then what you do is so I'm going to search the business. And what is it called, Mr. Appliance?
Mr. Appliance of Parker, Colorado.
Okay, of Parker, Colorado, and then. I don't know if that's their name, but we're going to look it up. No results found. Huh. Oh, that's going to suck. There's nothing with. I wonder if it's just Mr. Appliance of Parker. Let's try that one. Yeah, we found it. Mr. Appliance of Parker. And they're in good standing. And you go down here and we find their registered agent. And then I don't see, though, their registered agent anywhere. Oh, wait, maybe I do. Let's see. Their registered agent, yes. And then registered agent is here. And what you do is you serve him for small claims court. And you take him to court for the money. It's that easy, bro. And
So I just file it in Douglas County, and I go to the Secretary of State's office and find the registered agent and have him serve.
Now, if well, first of all, go online and fill out the small claim stuff with him. His name is Kenneth Hudson, Hutson. Now, I don't know if this is his home address or his business address. Do they have a location there, you said?
They have a storefront right off of Parker Road that I went to.
Get the address of that storefront. The address I have here might be Kenneth's personal address. But what you do is you serve Kenneth Hudson. He's the one listed here as the registered agent. You can look it up, too, at the Secretary of State. Okay? You really got to get this done. And then what you can do, they're in good standing, so I think it is. And the name is KVH Appliance Repair LLC, doing business as Mr. Appliance of Colorado. And then the registered agent. So you serve him, but fill all that out and sue. I don't see how you lose. You get a judgment, and then you come back to us, and we'll tell you how to do it. But do it one step at a time. If you have any hang-ups, you call us back. We'll put you in touch with Mark. Okay?
Okay, great.
Let us know how it goes.
Tom. I was hoping to-
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, on these prepaid cards, Deputy Doc had a great idea. Brian, you bought some, this is what's crazy. You bought some prepaid Verizon cards that can't be used to pay for your prepaid cell service. It can only
Apparently,
be used.
yes.
But you bought the wrong kind. Now, what I don't understand is why you can't return the ones that haven't been used. Do you have one still in a package?
No, it's not in the package. They're just cards, and you scratch off the back and take
Okay,
the number.
that's why they
and
won't
put the
let you
number
return
in
them,
your-
because a lot of people do that. And there's a lot of fraud in that. So here's the deal.
Here's what else happened. Here's what else happened. So then I went online with the chat bot or whatever and started talking to them at Verizon customer service. You can't talk to anybody on the phone anymore. You got to do the chat box thing. So I was chat boxing with them, and the guy's like, "Well, there's two different divisions with Verizon. So this won't work with this division, but it'll work with this other division."
God. How are people I don't get it. How are people supposed to know what cards to buy for what purpose?
So here's the next part of this. The next part is they gave me a number for the division that supposedly could help me with this style of card. And I called them, and they're like, "We can't help you because we don't have the money. Walgreens has the money, so you have to go to Walgreens to get the refund." So I went to Walgreens, and they're like, "We can't refund the money, but we can get on the phone with you with that other division and try to help you." And that's when I said, "Well, we'll just call Tom."
You know what? I feel this is crazy. And I think I need to look deeper into it. But right now for you, the quick solution, I don't know if there is one, but I know Deputy Doc had an idea. Can you with a red card, can you go to a Verizon store and buy merchandise, like a cover for a phone or stuff like that?
I don't know. I just really don't want to do that. All I want is the simple prepaid card. And the thing is, I kind of feel like this goes back to what people were doing in the early 2000s when you had AT&T phone service, AT&T phone service, and somebody would call up and say, "We're ATT," and then next thing you know, you're switched over to an expensive plan that you never really wanted because you were trying to stay with AT&T.
I know it.
So I think it's bait and switch a little bit.
Hey,
there's two different divisions.
Katrina, do we have someone at Verizon that we talk to for problems?
I'm not sure about that. Suzanne would know better, but we can certainly get his information and try to assist him.
I thought we did.
We did at one point. I'm not sure if that person is still there.
Okay. And are they called red and white cards?
I have no idea what they're called. The one card is prepaid Verizon. It's a white card. Used to be white with a little bit of red on it.
I understand. So it's called prepaid. What are they both called? That's what I need to know.
So one's kind of a Verizon prepaid card. It's white. And then the other one is Total by Verizon, and it's all red.
Okay. But how is a consumer supposed to know?
That's my question right there. You don't know until you buy it, take it home, scratch it, try to use it, and it says you cannot use this for what you're trying to do.
I'm right. I'm making notes here. Total by Verizon, and the other one is simply the Verizon prepaid card.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, man, give your information to Kelly. I think we have an angel at Verizon, somebody we can get to. And then we'll see if we can figure this out for you or get somebody who knows something. Right now, I just texted someone who knows about gift cards. And, oh, man.
Well, Tom, I'm getting ready to go into a meeting, but
Okay,
here's
give her the
one of those
information.
things-
Give her the information.
Yeah,
303-713-TALK.
I wanted to bring this to you. I wanted to bring this to you because this is what you do great, and I appreciate
All right. Good.
You
Get
are
us
consumer
the info
advocates.
or call us
Thank
back
you.
with the info. Kelly, give me your email or something, and let's get this done. Okay? This sucks. And I really don't know the answer. I'm looking into it, though, because I imagine many, many, many consumers are going to be confused by this. 303-713-8255.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious.
John's having trouble with access, so don't skip him, but do the other ones first.
95 Gold.
Sheridan Auto Tech, a dependable, value-minded place to get your car repaired or regular maintenance. Did you know when your car's under warranty, you can still have it maintained over at Sheridan Auto Tech, and it will keep your warranty alive? Now, the actual replacement parts under warranty have to be done through the dealer, but they can do your regular maintenance and keep records for you, and it'll be much cheaper. That's right. SheridanAutotech.com. Also pre-buy inspections, electrical problems, anything you need. SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax west of Wadsworth. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is such a great person, let alone a real estate broker. If you're looking to buy real estate or sell real estate, let them do the work for you. They don't go off of signs or just multi-list. They hunt the market. They do outbound proactive marketing if you're selling, and they sell most of what they list, and they sell for more and in a shorter time. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. By the way, no gimmicks. It's all straightforward, evidentiary-based background. You ask him, he's proud to show you all the stats that make him number one. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Is John Fuller ready, sir?
Yep, got him.
Okay, John. Now, I have noticed a million different ads for personal injury attorneys, okay? In fact, I think there's more ads than ever, not just on radio and TV, but social media as well. Now, is there something going on we should know about? Why are a bunch of people graduating from law school? What's going on?
Yeah, they just actually changed the rules on most of the social media carriers that before never really allowed lawyers to advertise directly, but now there's been the floodgates opened up. And so the interesting thing is that you've got this huge assortment of ads that are all basically saying, click here and we'll tell you what your case is worth, and you don't even have to talk to an attorney. And they make it sound as if you go in here and click a few things and the insurance company's just going to send you a check. But let me tell you, all that's really going to happen is you're going to get routed to another attorney that has paid a flat dollar amount for that referral. And so all you're really doing is subjecting yourself to a lottery system where the next guy that's been willing to pay for your case has paid a fee to be the next guy on the list. So don't be fooled. There are no magic recipes. There are no 4 or 5 question things that you can do that will spit out the value, and all of a sudden the insurance company will pay you. This takes hard work. We are a serious firm that's been doing this for over 22 years. If you've been in an accident, don't trust your accident to some silly, goofy commercial on social media. Give us a call. We'll sit down and talk the entire thing through with you, and we'll decide how to proceed from there so that it makes the best sense for you and your family.
John Fuller, well put. Thank you so much. And remember, when you call him, you get him. And he'll talk to you before you hire him if you want to. And then it's always a percentage fee basis, and you get his personal cell phone as well to call or text at any time. 303-597-4500 is the office. Give him a call at the first sign of injury or problems with an accident. myaccidentlawyer.co. So Total by Verizon is a different company.
Complete bathroom, whether you discount taken at time of purchase.
Yes, sir. My God, it's a totally different.
That's pretty much.
How are speed? Man. God Almighty, he is right. This is so confusing.
Ten seconds here, Tom.
Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Ernest, Jesse's not available at Honest Accurate Auto, but here's what we need to do. You have your car right now at a place, and they're holding off on doing repairs. They seem to be pretty fair, pretty nice. They say you need $1,900 worth of repairs, but I don't want you to authorize those until you know whether or not that block is worth it. Now,
Correct.
The dealership it's at says we don't think there's anything wrong with the block. Is that right?
That is correct. The second one.
The first one said it is. Did you send me yet that invoice from the first one?
No, I'm because I have to go get a copy of it because I don't have no way to, just like I take a picture of it. So, like I got time. I do have a car where I'm busting my wife around. So I'm going to probably go down to FedEx.
Let's do that first, man. Wait a minute. Ernest, you have a copy of it already. I mean, can't you take a picture of it with your phone or not?
Oh, yes, I could do that, but I mean, sometimes the quality's
well,
not
let's
that
try
good,
it. Before you go running around, let's try that first.
Okay, I can do that.
And then what I'd like to do is Kachina will tell you how to get that to us. I'd like to take a look at it. Here's why. I don't think your block is bad either. So if you're satisfied with that estimate, once we determine that, you may as well let that dealer fix it. But what did that dealer say they're doing for $1,900?
Well, to $2,500. They're fixing the valve cover. I guess replacing the chain, and then the oil that they say is leaking from the bottom pan, and the part that was glued on where they said it should have been sealed on. So they're doing all those repairs.
Okay. I think that it's not outrageous. It's a little on the high side. What you might want to do you have that estimate in writing too?
That is correct.
Would you go over to Honest Accurate Auto and talk to Jesse?
Okay.
Or call him. There's two of them. He's at one of them. Honest Accurate Auto. And talk to Jesse.
Yeah, I'm familiar with their location. Mm-hmm.
Talk to Jesse. Tell him you talked to me. and you want to find out.
Yes, sir.
You want to find out if that's a reasonable price for what needs to be done, or
Yes, sir.
can he look at it and then also tell him that one shop told him your block was in bad. No, I don't know if I'd complicate the matter. I want to look at that invoice. There's no way that, I'm just going to say it, that unless you had an obvious crack in your block, there's no way that first shop could have told there's internal block damage without looking and taking it apart. So I just don't know. We can talk to Jesse about it, but go see him first and then call us back. Get us a copy of that first invoice, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have with us Dan McKenzie from McKenzie Law. Dan does estate planning. Dan, I have a question for you. And somebody wants to know about privacy. They were told, and let me get our wide shot here. They were told that if you do a trust, it's secret. No one can read it unless they're part of the trust. And that's a good reason to do a trust, to keep as little as possible in a will, which is public record, and then point things to the trust. So let's just talk about that. First and foremost, is a will public?
A will is lodged with the court and can be gotten at least by interested parties, and interested parties includes
Once
your entire
probate
family. It's lodged with the court even if there is no probate. It's
Okay.
supposed to be.
So once someone dies, people can read wills.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's reason enough to get a trust.
Yeah.
Can people go and see a trust?
No, because it's not, as the person who wrote this in said, that it's not registered anywhere. It is only, the state statute says you have to share the details
with those
with
in
the
it.
people who are in it, and only the details relevant to them. So what that is somewhat debatable, but you can constrain it down. If I'm giving 10,000 to one kid and 5,000 to the other, they don't necessarily get to know what each other got.
But if kids dispute what's in the trust, saying, I don't believe that's what the trust says, I think you're misinterpreting it, what happens then?
Yeah, they can initiate litigation, and
Does
it's
it
harder
become
to do.
public then?
It can. Obviously, litigation, yes, there is a public element to litigation. So there are ways that it could still happen. But unlike with wills going through probate, a probate process is a court case. It's already going.
Now, I heard that in some cases where there's a dispute over what the trust says, a judge can read it and say to the person, you're not privy to this, or this is what it says. And then, in other words, to keep it from, if someone says, I believe I'm part of that trust, they're just not giving me the money.
Yeah.
And the person says, no, you're not part of the trust, you're not going to get to read it.
Right. Yeah. So it's a
Have
tricky
judges
situation.
ever peered into the trust to
Yeah,
see?
they could. Yes, you could do an in-camera review, which is a judge looking at it. But,
Okay.
yes, it is.
And ask the judge opinion, am I in it or not?
Yes.
Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have more right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Into downtown, a new accident, I-25 northbound before 6th Avenue. We're seeing slow traffic back from Lincoln and Broadway. Traffic starting to alleviate on the south end of town. I-25 northbound again approaching Happy Canyon. Crews have been working on a serious accident all morning into the early afternoon. The left lane blocked with slow driving back from Plum Creek, about 13 minutes of delays. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound have been reopened through Glenwood Canyon after a rock slide had both sides of the road closed. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain and snow later today, high 43, overnight low of 26. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
There's one podcast the White House doesn't want you to hear. It's the Ben Ferguson Podcast, because we are covering all of the Biden crime family issues, including the impeachment of the president. So if you want to know what the White House is hiding, download the Ben Ferguson Podcast now.
LazyDays.com. That's right, LazyDays.com is where you find the RV authority, Lazy Days RV. Why do we love it, Lazy Days? Because they're part of the Troubleshooter family now, because they absorbed. I love Century RV people. When they took over Century RV, and now it's Century RV of Denver at Longmont, and they have a beautiful service facility up there with all of our friends up there. You can go to exit 240 and I-25 and find them. Great people. And any Lazy Days RV will have the great prices, the great selection on new and used RVs, great trade-in values. Check them out, lazydays.com. Hey, theartofgranite.com. That is the place to go for your countertops. It says granite, but any countertop, and I mean anyone. If you want the latest in synthetic countertops or you want natural stone, they do it all. And they give you prices on the phone because they are proud of their prices. They always do tear out and haul away free. And on the actual countertop material, they do wholesale. Call them 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com. God, I was going to sneeze. I couldn't stop. Every now and then I get this, but it's not every day. I wish I knew what causes it. In this basement, every now and then, it's almost like...
Huh.
The weather's going to get bad tonight, right?
That's what I'm hearing.
And commercial real estate is doing so bad. Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm hearing, like, downtown, it's terrible. Around here, it's more of a mixed bag.
Ten seconds there, Tom.
Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, here to help you. And all you have to do is call us. We have Dan McKenzie with us as well from McKenzie Law. And while we're on the subject of estate planning and estate law, who needs a will, Dan? Who needs one? Let's just, we often get that question.
Yeah. I mean, really, any adult who has people relying on them. So, if you have a spouse, if you co-own property with somebody, if you've got kids, I mean, these are all situations where you better have some instructions about what's going to happen.
What percentage of people die without a will?
I think the estimate's about 70%.
What? Wait a minute. Wait. 70% without a will?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big majority.
I never realized that.
Yeah. It's an essay, this is county by county, is really hard to tell, but that is
Is it mostly people? I would venture to say it's mostly people without a lot of net worth.
Probably people mistakenly think that that's the driver, and like I just said, you notice I didn't bring that up. I didn't bring up your wealth. You could, you could be renting an apartment. Your landlord's depending on you, frankly, in that situation. So you got creditors. You might have family. Like, who's getting it? Like in that situation, that's described.
But if people don't have a lot, they don't really care. They say, "Look, who cares?"
Mm-hmm.
But if you have children, you want to provide for children. You have a little extra. You have a car. Even if you only have a bank account and a car, but you can do that without a will. If they came to you and all they had was a car and a bank account, can't you do a payable on death certificate?
Yeah. And that's an option in much bigger estates than that. So yes, there's lots of ways to designate beneficiaries, but that's estate planning. And we have situations where people are making decisions like that with 6 figures riding on them and not talking to any attorneys, and they make big mistakes.
Here's what I want to know: if you have like stuff, bunch of stuff, can you have some in a will and some in a trust? And then some totally bypass everything by doing like that payable on death certificate?
Most estate plans are a mix of all those things. Yep.
So what would be something that would that if you wanted something to go directly to your heir without going through probate, the will, or anything, something automatic?
Yeah.
That would be a payable on death certificate?
Yes. Yeah, that probably is the fastest. It's got some drawbacks, unlike trust, it doesn't kick in unless you've passed away. If you're leaving stuff, especially real estate or hard assets, to multiple people, designated beneficiaries leaves no one in charge, and it can be really hard for them to...
Where a trust can designate all that.
Exactly.
Can a will designate that? Can you say, I'm leaving my house and I want 60% to go here and 40% there?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But a trust is made for more instructions, basically. Isn't that really what it is? Isn't basically a trust a will with conditions and terms?
Yeah, trust allows you to kind of direct things out a few steps, whereas a will, like if you leave that 60-40, it's like, well, now what?
How many generations can a trust go? If you die, can you make sure that your kids for the rest of their lives have to abide by it?
Oh, yeah.
Can you make sure that their kids abide by it?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. So there's a famous thing that you study in law school called the rule against perpetuities that is designed to prevent trust from going on forever. It's pretty archaic, but they've been modified. So there are limits. But yeah, they can go on for quite a long time. Even when we were using that rule, it's 21 years of a life in being was the measuring. So a life in being
is that still the way it is?
No, it's been modified by statute, and it goes even farther now. So you can actually extend things out.
So you want to rule what your kids do, and you know there's going to be enough money for their kids and their kids, but eventually it has to end.
Eventually, there has to be some way to end it.
But what does there have to be some way to modify it? What if everyone involved now, a generation later, is opposed to it?
Yeah, there is a way to modify it, and that's going to court and asking the court to modify it, unless you build some stuff into the trust agreement saying how that will be done.
Larry, you have a question. Go ahead, Larry. Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Yeah, Tom. I have mentioned this before, but when it comes to IRAs or 401ks, they should not be transferred into a trust for distribution because they become immediately taxable.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is that true though? I don't see why they would be taxed. Well, hold on. Aren't they always taxable though? Isn't the rule the estate pays tax on anything that has not paid tax?
So IRAs and 401ks are a little bit different because they're holding money that has not been taxed yet.
Right.
So yes, as the recipient, if it comes directly to you, you're going to declare that as income. There's some nuance
if
there.
they
for
go
all.
directly to a recipient, they are not taxable.
Yes, they are,
until
Larry. Larry, let me put it to you this way. If you put $100,000 in an IRA or a 401k and it grows, right? And it was qualified money, right? And then it starts going out to you or your heirs. No matter how you distribute it, tax will be paid on it.
That's right, but it could be paid at a lower rate depending on how it's withdrawn. But if it's put into the trust, it's immediately a taxable event for the entire amount.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I don't know that actually. And Dan, you're not really a tax attorney, but do you know that? But Larry, so what you're saying is this. If somebody, there is a rule on some of these 401ks that if you inherit a 401k, you have to take a distribution for over a certain number of years, right? Right, Dan?
Yep.
Over 10 years.
Generally 10 years right now.
And then you must pay tax when you take it, not on the whole thing.
Correct.
But you can usually get it at a lower rate depending on your income.
Well, when you say lower rate, that's all subjective. It's not necessarily a lower rate. It's spread out is what you mean to say. Because if you get it as...
Depending on your income and your deductions.
That's right. That's right. So, but what you're saying is, and I don't know if it's true, but I'm not going to call you a liar. I think you probably researched it. You're saying if it's a lump sum into a trust, as opposed to being left to an individual, if it goes into a trust, all of the taxes are paid at that time.
That's correct. And that happened to my uncle's estate. He had over $1 million in his IRA. It went into the trust, and they had to pay the tax immediately.
Yeah, dealing with the IRAs through estate planning is generally pretty complicated. We got some books that look like phone books on how to advise people on how to do IRA planning. So there is an element there. Certainly, yeah, Larry's got a point, but there are ways
because really, if you think about it, the trust is the recipient at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, when usually we build in what's called conduit provisions in the trust, just saying, trustee, just take this money and immediately shoot it out to the beneficiaries, and that can result in the beneficiaries being taxed, which is usually, yes, what you want, as Larry said.
It says here, when I looked it up, there's two different kinds of trusts, and it depends on what kind of trust it is. What's a grantor trust and a non-grantor trust?
So a grantor trust is a trust that the income earned by that trust is taxed to the person who made the trust. So like most living trusts are grantor trusts. You just keep paying the taxes like you always have. A non-grantor trust is a trust like an irrevocable trust that you're putting assets into, and it's got its own taxpayer ID number and files its own tax return.
It says here the Secure Act says that all of the money must be withdrawn over 10 years of the original owner's death. And it says that this change can accelerate the income tax impact on beneficiaries. Trust named as beneficiaries can possibly navigate the same rules.
It can, if it has those provisions I mentioned earlier about being able to shoot that income right out to the beneficiaries. But sometimes you could be at risk. A trust, like an entity receiving assets, can it can be crunched down to 5 years.
But Larry, that's a good point, though. You're right, Larry. The short answer is you have to always take into consideration tax implications.
Yeah.
Oscar, real quick, what is your question? Thank you, Larry. Oscar, go ahead. Are you there, Oscar? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
A couple of years ago, we had a trust updated from Michigan to Florida, and then we moved here to Colorado. Is there anything we have to do to update or...
Well, there's two sides to this coin here. One is the documents. They probably cite Florida statutes, which, you can have a Florida trust even when you live here in Colorado. So But I would generally recommend that you confer and just make sure, because they might have some different rules around what a spouse is entitled to receive in a blended family situation, things like that. And then the other side of the coin is, how have you funded it? Do you actually, is your house here in the trust? Have you put other assets in the trust? And usually that's a good idea to review that.
But usually, in general, it's better to have the trust in the state where you live or will die, generally.
Right.
Unless the tax implications are so more favorable somewhere else. But can you literally make a trust anywhere you want, or do you have to have a connection to that state?
I mean, usually there's a connection, but it's the trustee, or there's money there, or some asset there.
Well, I mean, what if I just want to make it somewhere that has favorable taxes and stuff, and favorable laws?
I mean, to pull that off, I think so
you'd have to make some kind of presence there.
Yeah. So the most common use for this is asset protection trusts.
Yes.
People used to have to go offshore.
Yeah.
Now there's
Yeah.
states like Nevada and Wyoming that let you set up asset protection trusts there. To make that work, you got to have money or some asset in the estate in that state. You got to hire a trustee there. They've got an entire industry now set up in those states to help. Yes, there has to be a connection.
You have an artificial presence there, really.
Correct. Yeah, just like in Wyoming, if you set up an LLC in Wyoming, you got to have your
Right.
registered agent there. Right.
We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers.
Into downtown, a new accident, I-25 northbound before 6th Avenue. We're seeing slow traffic back from Lincoln and Broadway. Traffic starting to alleviate on the south end of town. I-25 northbound again, approaching Happy Canyon. Crews have been working on a serious accident all morning into the early afternoon. The left lane blocked with slow driving back from
Is this
Plum
Frank
Creek, about
only,
13
right?
minutes of delays. Out
That's correct, sir.
I-70 east and westbound have been reopened through Glenwood Canyon after a rock slide had both sides of the road closed. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain and snow later today, high 43, overnight low of 26. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This March at Wendy's, get a Dave's single for $1 or Dave's double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer at participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Have you ever gone on Zillow to wonder what your house is worth? You're not going to get an accurate appraisal, not really, or an assessment. Frank Duran will run those numbers for you on what it will actually sell for based on his vast experience, his listings, his sales, the neighborhood, the house, supply and demand, interest rates, whatever the market's doing. And it's a free of charge analysis, no obligation. If you want to know what your house will sell for, call Frank for a free analysis. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
10 seconds, Tom.
Policy of the Biden administration. Stop the invasion on our southern border.
Talking about the race to the White House. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We have a few minutes left in this hour. Andrew has a question on inheritance. Go ahead, Andrew. You're on with Tom Martino and Dan McKenzie.
Okay, thank you very much. A state administrator received a very small amount, under $100,000. I need to know taxes. How do we pay taxes on that? That was from proceeds of a sale of the condo of the deceased.
Okay. I don't know that necessarily taxes would be due. If there's an estate tax, the estate pays it, but that starts at $13 million right now. So unless the estate had that much money.
So when you
assets-
inherit something, and unless it's a qualified plan where taxes haven't been paid, you don't have to pay tax on it.
Right, that's a gift. And
so Andrew, if
Under
someone left you
$100,000
$100,000 in cash or left you a condo and you made $100,000, it's the same thing.
I sold the condo and made the $100,000. Yes,
the
but
same
that's still under the $250, so should be fine.
Well,
Correct?
$250. What do you mean $250?
Well, if she was an individual owner, she would only pay taxes over $250. Correct?
She would, hold on. You're mixing
that's
up
capital gains
You're
tax.
mixing up different laws.
Yeah, you're talking about capital gains tax. If the decedent had sold that condo during her lifetime, she would have gotten $250,000 a gain before paying capital gains tax. Capital gains tax, the basis gets stepped up to her date of death value when she died. So if there's been significant gains since she died, and if you sold it within the year of her death, there probably isn't. There's no capital gains
See,
tax.
Andrew, what we mean is you don't go to her basis. You go to your basis. Your basis is the day she died. How much did you sell it for?
It was very cheap. It was Winter Gardens, $235.
Well, let's say it was $500,000 or $1 million. And when she died, even if she bought it at $200,000, when she died, if it was worth $800,000 and you sold it for $1 million, you're still under the amount. So capital gains is due on real estate. The estate pays capital gains, but capital gains are not figured on original basis. They're figured on the stepped up basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the short answer is you don't
pay
owe
her
tax.
final taxes? How do I pay her final taxes?
All right, hold on and we can answer that, okay? Because that is important. If there are final, does an estate have to file a tax report for final taxes? We'll talk about that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255. I'm Tom Martino with McKenzie Law, Dan McKenzie, which is at coplans.co. Not too early.
Woohoo!
Wrong. That's not it. Can you believe that we're going to have the same rematch of 2016? I don't think that's a good
Oh, go figure.
Tonight's going to prove Biden, man. If they don't have him on vitamin B12. I'm telling you. If he doesn't, I'm telling you, if he doesn't make a home run tonight, he's fucked. Don't you think?
Got some problems. I don't know. I still feel like people, it's like the week of, they're making their decision. Kind of underestimate how disengaged most people are when you're interested in it.
Did you not eat out a lot during your diet? How did that work out?
Yeah, my wife does a lot of cooking anyway. So.
Does she love cooking?
She used to more than she does lately, but
I never
yes.
knew that you were heavy, but I noticed when you lost weight, you looked really better. But here's the thing, I don't remember. What's weird is people know something different about you, and they say, "Man, you really look good." But then I don't remember you not looking. I don't remember thinking, "Oh, he's heavy."
He's a big guy.
How much did you lose?
50.
See, I never remember thinking you were heavy ever, not even close to heavy. So that's what's weird about it. Is I know you noticed the weight loss, but didn't notice the heaviness. You know?
Yep.
Do you find people saying that to you?
They're surprised by the amount. That's for sure.
But do they say like, "What did you do?"
Yep.
Or like, "Why do you look different?"
Yep.
They don't quite know what it is.
Yeah.
Do you read Quora? God is.
I don't. I'm familiar with it, but no.
I'm upset. I mean, I try not to because it's such a bullshit.
Ten seconds here, Tom.
Get away with cheating consumers.
Leland Conway.
Leland thinks the way I do.
Dan Kaplan.
And Kaplan, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We are here with Dan McKenzie. He is with McKenzie Law. He does estate planning. And we'll talk about anything you want. We've had a busy morning, a lot of things to talk about. I want to talk about those gift cards or prepaid cards a guy talked about, because it's really important earlier in the show. By the way, our number, you can call right now and reach us at 303-MARTINO, or leave a message anytime during the day or night on that number and leave your number, and we will get back to you. So this guy bought 4 red Verizon prepaid cards. They're actually Total by Verizon cards. Total by Verizon. And then he bought 4 Verizon. He didn't buy 4 Verizon prepaid cards, okay? There's 2 different cards. And I looked this up, and it's incredible, because they're 2 completely different products. Verizon prepaid is a totally different card than Total by Verizon. Total by Verizon is a whole separate thing. And it's a separate service provided by Verizon. That's all. And you can only use the cards in Total for Total. So if you buy a Total by Verizon card, you can only use it for Total by Verizon, which is simply a prepaid market, period. And that's it. It's for prepaid phones, period. Actually, it's for prepaid everything, networks, lines, all kinds of stuff. It's a no-contract network. So 5G Ultra and all those, but whatever it is, it all comes from that. And they have like Disney Plus that comes with some of the subscriptions. But here's the deal. Verizon Prepaid is simply a prepaid service directly by Verizon. This is so confusing. I can't believe it. So here's the problem. If you buy a card for Verizon prepaid, you buy those cards, they can't be used for Total by Verizon. And if you buy a Total by Verizon card, it can't be used for Verizon prepaid. I've never been more confused in my life. I don't blame that guy. So when you go to buy a Verizon card, if you're a single line customer and you need to pay for international features and all of that, then Verizon prepaid is what you're looking for. But if you have a specific prepaid plan, they say you want Total by Verizon. Do you understand what that means? Because I don't. I'm reading directly from them. So this guy can't use the cards that he bought. And like I said, this is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Now, what about when you have a non-compete clause in your contract? We found out that Colorado and many other states do not enforce most non-compete clauses. They're very, very restrictive as to, it's very limited which ones will be enforced in the courts. Basically, if someone tries to get you on a non-compete, they have to show that you have trade secrets and we're in management, that it's reasonable in scope and duration and geographic area, that you've been paid for that period of time, and that you don't owe them for, or they can claim you owe them for training and all of that. But here's the thing. almost no one is given consideration or compensation for that period of time. So if your contract simply says you can't do this for 2 years after you leave us, it's almost useless because there's no payment for it. Now, some contracts say a portion of what you're being paid is for the next 2 years or for 2 years after you leave us. But even that is questionable. So be aware that those kinds of clauses are hardly ever enforced. We also had someone who signed a lease for 6 months and thought that it automatically ended. Here's the point. It probably does if it doesn't say anything else. But some of these leases for 6 months or a year have some wording. And here's what it says, something like this. If we do not hear from you that you will be ending the lease within 30 days, 45 days, or 60 days of this lease ending, it automatically reverts month to month. So in other words, even though it's a 6-month lease, you must let them know if you're terminating, and then you leave. If not, it's true you no longer have that 6-month lease or 1-year lease, but it will continue month to month. That's very important. Don't assume that just because it's a 6-month lease, you just walk away in 6 months. This gets a lot of people in trouble. And it's really weird. It's really weird how that can happen. Now, another one. Brandon Siglian, who is a tenant landlord attorney, and he represents a lot of landlords, basically. He's saying you have to be aware of a House Bill 24-9018 in Colorado. What this says is that, now listen, this is really important. If you're renting out anything, if you're a landlord, even if you're only a landlord for one house, you're renting out a house. You know, a lot of people buy a house or two to rent out. This is going to seriously affect you because this is called just cause. The nickname is a just cause bill. This just cause bill says this in essence, that you must renew any lease unless you have just cause not to. So really then, if you have a year lease, really it could be more than a year lease. If you have a 2-year lease, it could be more than 2 years. If you have a 6-month lease, it could be more than 6 months. In fact, if you have a month-to-month lease, it could be more. It could be forever, unless you have just cause. And guess what? Just wanting to get your house back is not just cause. So this is being considered by our liberal lawmakers in Colorado, and I mention that because that's exactly what it is. It's a liberal move to help tenants, and that is what progressives are known for. And by the way, I have something to say about that. There's nothing wrong with having progressive laws and conservative laws, depending on what you're talking about. When it comes to consumers' rights, I love some of the progressive laws. Some of them are stupid, like this one. But I'm going to tell you a progressive law I think they should pass. But this one is the just cause law, and if they are bill, and if it's passed into law, it's going to be terrible. Landlords have to have just cause to get rid of tenants, and then they have to prove it. Just cause would be lack of payment, or if you're moving into your home, or if they're a nuisance, but it must be proven. So really, somebody just refuses to leave and says, you have to renew me. That's it. Then you have to prove you have just cause. Think about that. Evictions are not going to be easy at all. Now, as long as the progressive or liberals in Colorado are making all kinds of laws, they've decriminalized things, they're helping tenants, they've done a lot of things in their mind to help consumers. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing in all cases, but why haven't they helped people living in HOA communities? Why is it that every law that is brought up in our liberal or progressive legislature is turned down when it comes to helping people in HOA communities. Now, HOA communities, big HOAs and law firms and management companies would usually be favored by conservatives. I mean, this is just historic. I'm not talking politically here. I am, but I'm not. I'm not saying one is bad and one is good. Usually conservatives would say, no, don't put any restrictions on these HOAs and these big management companies. Let free enterprise take over. Whereas liberals would usually say people need protection from large corporations and large HOAs. But in this case, HOAs and management companies, they thrive in both a conservative and a liberal environment. They thrive. They can do anything they want, practically anything they want. So I think you have to make it more on the resident side. People who live in condos and townhomes have to have more access to records without being charged ridiculous fees, and they have to have a right to question expenses and all of that. Now, obviously, they have to pay their dues and all of that, but there's got to be a better mechanism for the exchange of information. Right now, HOAs say, well, that's just the way it is. And if you want to see the records, one HOA actually went so far as to say it was going to cost $1,100. This is Applewood. The HOA guy says, oh, no, if you want to see the records, it's going to be $1,100. Why can't you give online access to residents so they can see the budget? What would be wrong with that? Who cares? I mean, they have a right to see the budget. Now, grant you, I know a lot of owners, they get pissed off when their HOA dues go up. I get that. But they should have a right to see the expenses. There's nothing wrong with that. So these are some of the things we've been discussing on the show. Deputy Doc has a comment. Go ahead, Doc. What's going on?
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions. If that thing with the lease continuing, does that allow the landlord to raise the rent, or does it have to have continuing the same rent? And if so, it's just a sneaky way to get rent control into Denver the way they did in New York.
Yeah, except that's not the case in this case. I'll talk about it coming right back. I'll tell you how they get around that. 303-713-8255.
With unrest in the world and a volatile market reaction, protection of your retirement assets.
10 seconds here, buddy.
Out more on Retirement Realized Radio with Chad Owen.
Don't they have
Saturday
limits
at 3
now on
p.m.
how
and
much
Sunday
they
at
can
9
raise
a.m.
rent?
on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
You know, LazyDays.com is your RV authority. What does that mean? That means they have selection, financing, great trade-in values, new and used, and service. LazyDays.com. Now, one service facility I want to talk about is the one at exit 240 and I-25. That's up north, and they can house the biggest of RVs and motorhomes to fix them, both the house part of it and the chassis and the engine. LazyDays.com. And by the way, Lazy Days of Denver at Longmont, where the facility is, exit 240 and I-25, go down that frontage road about a quarter of a mile on the east side. LazyDays.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies helps you plan and execute retirement. What does that mean? That means that you may think you have a plan because you have a 401k or a pension or you have an IRA, but that's not a plan. That's just a bundle of money. What they do is they try to take that money and put it into three buckets, one for safety, one for growth, and one for income. And then what they do is help sustain your wealth or your money through your retirement, along with other things like insurance, long-term care, and other items you may need in retirement. They help get you ready and sustain you through retirement. rpcenter.com. I am a client. Real true story. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Call for your free consultation. 970-663-3211. See, so you don't have to have just cause, but if it reverts month to month, they can change the rent.
Oh, yeah.
They can put, and there's no control.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'll renew the lease, but do they have to, wait a minute. It doesn't say it reverts month to month. It says it has to be renewed. Does that mean it has to be renewed at the same level and term?
I mean, it depends. Like, a lot of times it will say this, renews for the next period, which arguably is could be the next year.
Hey, can you get Brandon Siglian back on? Are you listening, Kachina? I have a question for him that's really important that Doc brought up. Really important.
Tom would like to have Brandon Siglian back.
Oh, we'll try. We can certainly try. We shall see.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Can we get Brandon Siglian on, by the way?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I have another question for him. Deputy Doc brought up something. He said with this just cause bill, if it goes into law, it would say that you must renew the lease. You must renew it unless you have just cause not to. But does that mean you must renew it at the same terms and conditions? And if so, Doc brings up a good point. If you're paying, let's say, $2,500 a month and all the rent around you is going up, I mean, does it mean we have rent control now? Or does it just renew and do you get to raise the rent? Or does it have built-in rent controls? Doc, I don't know the answer to that. All I know is if a lease goes month to month, you can raise rent under normal conditions, but I don't know what happens with this new law. I'm going to try to get Brandon Siglian on to find that out.
Got him.
Good, we got him. Bring him up. Brandon?
Hey, Tom.
Listen, I have a question for you that somebody brought up, Deputy Doc, who works with us. So let's say this goes into law, and the just cause clause says the landlord must renew the lease unless they have just cause not to. So let's say somebody's renting a place for $2,500 a month, and it's the end of a year lease, and I do not have just cause. I have to renew. Does that mean I must renew for another year? And do I have to charge the same rent, or is there a limit to what I can increase?
That's a good question, Tom. It's a little bit nuanced and not quite clear in the law, but yes, essentially, there can be just cause if you propose a new lease at the end of the year and the tenant refuses to sign it, but the terms have to be substantially similar, and you can't increase rent for the purpose of getting around the law. So in other words, you can't say, I'm going to triple the rent. That'll get them out.
But that's
You basically
vague.
have-
I mean, is there an actual percentage limit to what I can raise the rent or what?
No, sir. It just says you can't do it in retaliation. So what is an amount that's commercially reasonable is unknown.
See, this is going to cause a lot of lawsuits. So Brandon, you're telling me that they will require landlords to renew leases. Does it mean if it was a 5-year lease, they have to renew it for 5 years? Or if it's a 1-year lease, do they have to do it for 1 year?
It's not clear, but effectively the same terms as the previous lease. So, yes, having long-term leases like that would be very problematic, as well as it's going to be problematic for a landlord to take any kind of risk analysis on when to try to get the lease to end. Like as you mentioned earlier, it's an unknown quantity. You don't know when you're leasing to somebody how long they think they're going to stay.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is absolutely ridiculous.
There's a lot of tenants and situations that you can't prove as a landlord. It's tough to prove. You've got drug activity, but you can't prove it. You've got a illegal chop shop. I've got that case. Those are tough cases for a landlord to prove, and now they're going to have to prove it. They just can't wait for the lease to expire to get them out.
Look, I think that tenants need some protection from a landlord who's crazy that just wants to make life difficult for people. But if you sign a 1-year lease, it's a 1-year lease. I mean, I think it's unfair I don't know. It just seems weird to me that you're trying to tell people what to do with private property.
Exactly, and that's been one of the primary points. That this is basically a taking of property, and it's an interference with the contractual rights of the parties to decide what they want to do with their property. But this has been apparently tried in a few states and a few cities, and it's kind of the trend to go. My concern is affordability and availability. I have 3 kids of my own that I want to be able to afford the rent and be able to find a place one day. And there's going to be a lot of landlords that are going to say to heck with it. And once you put all the rentals in the possession of only a handful of management companies, which is going on around the United States in the last decade, a few companies have started to buy up all the rentals. Then they'll have the ability to just make the terms, and the rents will go up, the availability will go down, and that's just not actually good for tenants in the long run.
Man, is this crazy? Brandon, I mean, I don't know, I don't know what it's going to do to the market, but it's not going to be good. Whenever you try to interfere with the free market, it gets crazy. Now,
exactly.
I'm surprised they didn't just come right out and do rent controls.
They have tried. Last session, Governor Polis has made it clear that he's not a strong supporter of rent control. They passed 12 bills last session, and Governor Polis actually issued a little letter to his caucus saying, I see what you're doing here, a lot of new laws, but it doesn't seem to help with affordability and availability. So maybe you need to kind of go back to the drawing board, and I don't think they took his took that to heart. But this just cause eviction, in my opinion, is a precursor to rent control. They need this in effect in order to effectuate rent control.
Brandon, have you heard of this new thing in California? Because you know as well as I do, what starts in California eventually ends up in Colorado. I mean, that has been the trend now for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
It's called yards worth. And
I have not heard that one, Tom.
Now, you have?
I have not.
Okay, here's what it is. Because there's such a housing shortage, you know how everyone used to fight to keep their neighborhoods to a certain level? Certain size homes, certain numbers of homes per lot, certain things, right? That unrelated parties living together, all that's going to hell. They're going to allow unrelated parties to live together. They're going to let, as far as families, more than 3. Right now, the emphasis is on reducing homelessness. So in California, they decided no matter what kind of neighborhood you're in if you're in California, you can subdivide your yard. This company comes in. No, listen, I swear to God. This company comes in and subdivides your yard. And if you have a backyard and a side yard that people can walk to, they will subdivide your yard and pay you for it and then build a tiny home on it. Think about that. They're allowing that. So you could be in a neighborhood with big lots, forget it. You could be a neighborhood of, here's a big one, little one, big one, little one, big, little, 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 big. It's called yards worth. People need to look at it. But I think that'll be coming here. Keith has a question about this bill. Go ahead, Keith. What's your question?
Hey, Tom. I guess I'm confused. Is the bill about rent control, or is the bill about taking away a property owner's ability to actually remove a tenant? So they're saying I can't just end someone's lease?
That's right. You have to renew it unless you have just cause not to. Isn't that right, Brandon?
Considering just cause?
Correct.
And what are they considering just cause? How about just because I don't want a renter in there more, I want to move back in?
Now, if you want to move back in, that's one of the allowables, right, Brandon?
It is, but it's nuanced again. You know, they made it so complicated. If it is basically your only home, if you have multiple properties and you could move into another property, then they would say, well, move into your other property. Don't move back to the one that's been your family home for 10 years or whatever that might be. So it has to be a property on your driver's license. Is what I'm driving right now, but I recall that, I think.
So if I decide that my tenant isn't the greatest tenant I've ever had and I want to go in a different direction and I want to re-rent it to somebody else, I am not allowed to do that?
That's right. Like, let's say you want to rent to your kid who just got married. You can't do it.
Where in the hell does the legislature get the right to even suggest this? That is nothing but an absolute stealing of private property.
Welcome to progressive hell.
Take a break when you can, Tom.
How in the hell do people get away with this?
Well, you know what? Here's what I've said. And, Gerald, to be fair, there are many, many progressive measures I like and many conservative measures I like. I want to be fair here. But mostly, I like conservative measures when it comes to this kind of thing, private property, money, economy, all of that. But I'm going to tell you something, Gerald. Whenever you have, and I don't care which side it is, whenever you have lopsided government, you have craziness, because there's no checks and balances. Colorado is lopsided. They can do anything, or Keith, they can do anything they want. Gerald is next. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Improving traffic just south of town, I-25 northbound approaching Happy Canyon Road. An accident has been moved over to the left lane. We're still seeing slow driving back from US 85 through Castle Rock, about 15 minutes of delays. Into Denver proper and heading west, I-70 westbound at 6th Avenue for Golden. A disabled vehicle in the center lane has stop and go back from Denver west. This one we're seeing about a 10-minute delay. Into downtown, I-25 northbound before 6th Avenue. An accident has been all cleaned up. Slow traffic back from Broadway. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain and snow today. High of 43, overnight low of 26. Tomorrow, high 36. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with members-only offers. Learn more about the new loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowes.com/terms for details.
Okay, if you really want the easiest way to get window coverings, then I recommend Made in the Shade. I think one of the most important things they do is the measuring. Free of charge, no obligation, and then the design helper, free of charge, no obligation. Then you get a chance to see what you need, where you need it, and how much it'll cost. Then if you proceed, they have their in-house installers. Everything is guaranteed. They try to meet your budget with the right stuff, and they have all kinds of window coverings, including high-tech, low-tech, cell phone controlled, solar powered, whatever you want, they have. Made in the shade. DenverShades.co. DenverShades.co.
Yo.
Jazzy. Did you get your assessment yet for property taxes?
Yeah.
How much did yours go up?
I have no idea what last year was, so I couldn't even tell you what the difference was.
Ours went up about 25%. Which is stupid.
Yeah, I think it's like $2,000. It was like, I don't know what it normally was or what it was before, so.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Ooh. I don't. Let me see if I can look it up. Hold on. Okay. Okay, doesn't say it there. Sorry, I'm just looking through articles. They're not listing the. They're not listing the number.
Ten seconds, Tom.
At 9 a.m. on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So let's continue. Gerald has unclaimed property he wants to talk about. Go ahead, Gerald.
Yes, sir. I got a postcard back in 12/6/22 that I had unclaimed property. I went ahead online. I filled out all the papers. The Department of Treasury, unclaimed property, they have forms to fill out.
Who
I
sent
filled
you the
everything
information?
out.
Who sent you the information?
The state.
It was the
state
state.
of Colorado.
Because, hold on. I don't know of the state sending out information ever, but you got this from the state?
Yes. It's the state of Colorado, Department of the Treasury, Unclaimed Property Division.
Wow. Okay. And
in
so
turn,
what did they say? How much did
somehow-
they say you had coming?
$959.71.
And where'd they say it came from?
They didn't. I don't know how they got it. I've got a small business.
But Gerald,
And in turn-
I am very, very surprised. I really am. Do you know, Dan, you deal a lot with properties and stuff.
Yeah.
I know that treasure hunters send those out and take a percentage, but I've never heard of the government from escheat funds telling people they have money there. Have you heard of that?
I don't. I feel like I've been notified, but it might have been one of the businesses that you mentioned.
Can you tell me, do you have that notice there?
Yes.
And it looks legit to you, right?
Oh, yeah. And in turn, I went online, and it does show that they owe me money. I don't know how they got my check. It was from a job that I did from Safeway, because I do work for Safeway food stores.
Well, it had to have
And
been
in turn-
deposited. Listen, it had to have been deposited somewhere and left abandoned, and then it's transferred to escheat funds with the Treasury.
Right.
But is there an account you might have closed? And what happened is the bank got the check after you closed it, or shortly, whatever. You forgot about it.
Well, yeah, I did close one bank account, which I think it was.
Okay,
and,
well then that's what happened. So what is your question about getting the money?
I can't get it. I sent all the paperwork, and then they says, no, it doesn't go, my TIN number, for my business. I had to go to the IRS to get a paper showing that is my number. Then I sent everything back to them, and I'm still waiting. This was back in November that I sent the new
How do you know it was a
IRS
payment from Safeway?
Well, it states on here. The reporting company is Safeway Incorporated.
Okay, here's what you do. Go to Safeway and tell them and let them, because if that was never cashed, you get the money.
Right.
So let them just...
Well, they say...
Go ahead.
But Colorado says they have it.
But I don't understand why you can't get it. I mean, what is it? Is this business, is it made out to you personally or to your company?
No, it's my company name.
Is your company still in business?
Yes.
And what do they mean your PIN number is wrong?
My taxpayer ID number.
Oh, well, is it wrong or right?
No, I got the paper from the IRS to show that this is the right number because I sent them a
But does the
W-2.
check make mention of a different number?
No.
Then what do they mean your PIN, your EIN number? It's your EIN number I think you're talking about. They
Yeah,
say it doesn't
EIN,
match
I'm sorry.
their records, right?
Well, no, I gave them my Social Security number. And they says, no, they wanted my business number.
Your
So I gave
EIN,
them
right.
Yeah. So I sent that to them.
And?
There's nobody to call. There's nobody to talk to. I did go down to the office down there on 200 East Colfax. and there's a gal there that takes the forms. I gave her all these forms, and she says, thank you. I says, is there any way to check? Call the number. You call the number, and nobody answers. They just tell you to go online, check, and it keeps saying the same thing. They're still waiting for information. And that's all it says.
Does it say what information?
No.
If you
It's
start
still
from
waiting for
scratch,
information.
if you start from scratch, what happens?
Well, I sent it in with my Social Security number.
It's not going to work. They want your EIN number.
Yeah, well, I sent them a W-2 with the EIN number on it, and I circled it in red to show them. And they says, no, they don't. They need more information.
Okay. Your EIN number, when you go online and they ask, when you go online and start over and put in your EIN instead of your Social Security, not sending in a form and circling it, but doing it online, have you tried that?
Right. Well, it says that I'm putting in the wrong information.
Even when you put in
And
your
it kicks
EIN
me out.
number?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
And why don't they have a phone person that will answer the damn phone?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because they can't afford it anymore. No one has phone support anymore.
I'm looking at the website.
Right.
It says that the claim phone hours are from Tuesday to Thursday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
They do have phone hours. I got to take a break, man. Hold on. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by
They do have
Colorado
phone
Department
hours.
of Transportation.
New slowdowns just west of downtown, 6th Avenue westbound at Sheridan Boulevard. A crash in the left lane is stop and go back from Federal. We're seeing a 6-minute delay. Further west, I-70 westbound at 6th Avenue exit 261 for Golden. A stall blocking 2 right lanes has slow driving back from Denver west. Back to the center of town, I-25 at southbound, some usual slowdowns into downtown between Spear and Colfax. Northbound at I-25, some brief slowdowns between 6th and Colfax. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain later today, possibly turning into snow. High 43, overnight low of 26. Tomorrow, snow continues with a high of 36. The current temperature in Denver is 40 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Instead of staring at brake lights, let Bustang handle the traffic. With Wi-Fi on board, Bustang takes the hassle out of every trip or commute. Find your route today at ridebustang.com.
You know, the Art of Granite sets themselves apart from all countertop people in that you can start on the phone, get your price, make your selection of materials, and you're down the road. No one else does that. They want to visit, they want to measure, they want to do this, they want to do that. Mitch Fluria will trust you to do some measuring and tell you and you tell him what materials you want. You can even go out shopping for materials and give him item numbers. He gets it wholesale for you. If you want the Art of Granite with a hassle-free phone call to get started on a price, call with no obligation. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Genesis Total Exteriors right now will get you an estimate for any storm damage you have on one invoice, one point of contact. They can even help you if you want to upgrade your siding to stucco, whether it's an insurance claim or just you want to do it. They can do all home improvements, by the way, inside and out. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. You know, Joe Ciano, a certified financial planner, is at mymoneymyway.com. That's where you can find out about 2 safe methods for investing money. One is overfunding life insurance to create income tax-free. The other is to have a fixed indexed annuity, also creating income. And here's the deal. They're both safe, guaranteed not to lose, guaranteed returns. I recommend you check them out. 303-779-6600. 779-6600, mymoneymyway.com.
my apple.
I'm gonna say Ryan.
My money was going to be on Ryan or Marty Lenz out there.
Oh, Marty's out there?
Why is he here?
I have no idea. That's the only reason why I was like, oh.
I didn't even see him. Maybe I just my apple. Third call today.
On what?
Hello?
Okay, listen to this. The deductible on this town, on this community, the deductible is $4,500,000. The claim is $45 million.
What's the claim for?
How can a fucking roof be $45 million?
Wow.
Come on.
What roofer gets that job?
Come on. How can that be possible? We're running out of time. Kelly, try to talk some of these people to come back tomorrow. I'll get
Yes.
I'll get Gerald has to call on the days they specify if he needs to talk to someone. Man, I know his frustration, but there's no. And then I'm going to take the comment on the Colorado.
10 seconds, buddy.
All right, thanks.
Minneapolis.
Love the show. Love the station.
Denver's talk station.
That's just good radio.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Jay, you have a comment on the Colorado give back. This guy's having a problem, but our attorney today, Dan McKenzie, found that they do take phone calls on certain days. So, Gerald, I'd recommend those days. What's your comment, Jay?
I think it's a big lie. The Great Colorado Give Back has never given anybody their money back. We know of. We've tried to get our pittance back just for laughs to see what it would take to get it back. We've been doing that for 15 years, maybe.
Wait a minute. I've gotten money back from them. You've never gotten any money back?
No, I send my wife things once in a great while. It says, when it comes from Colorado, it says how much it is. We've had the minor guys, send us if there's money there, and then we've had a search through her Social Security number, and it comes up that there's money there, but we've never been able to get it back.
Jay, I'm going to look into this. Maybe we're going to get someone from state, some PR people. But, Gerald, what are those called? Do you have those calls in front of you?
Yeah, it was Tuesday to Thursday, 9 to 3.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Gerald, they say they'll take your phone call.
It's an automated call center that tells you to go online or...
Are you kidding me?
Their hours. No, try it. They will not talk to you. There is no live person.
God almighty, this is getting ridiculous. Listen.
I know. I've been doing this for almost a year now.
Okay. Hold on. I just want to tell people, I got a lot of email about Grossman Wellness. Yes, I am a patient. And I just want you to know that It's a few $100 a month for everything. I just want you to know that. GrossmanWellness.com. $249 to get your initial exam and blood work with no obligation, but you get a ton of information. GrossmanWellness.com. Thank you, Dan McKenzie, for being here. We appreciate it. He's at coplans.co.
All right, you're clear, buddy.
Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, math quiz. What's 3 divided by 8? No one? Well, what's 308? Correct. Remember those numbers because March 8th is 308 Day at Triple J Armory. That's because they're running a cool special. 10% off anything in 308, from firearms to suppressors and ammunition.
For very wealthy people.
I wonder how's that working out for him.
He always